Good to go.
First of all, this program, the history of the UNIA-ACL economics, is dedicated to the true and loyal members of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League and the Friends of Africa's Redemption. Thank you all for joining us. And I'm sure, without a doubt, you will get a lot of information, inspiration, and it will aid you as you move forward to replicate some of the great achievements that our race has made in the past. And I'm sure you will make similar great achievements in the future, in the very near future. First, let us begin by humbling ourselves so we can invoke the spirit of the creator of the universe. Almighty God, whose kingdom is everlasting and power infinite. Be gracious unto the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League, and so rule the hearts of thy servants, the President General, Michael R. Duncan, members of the High Executive Council, and all others in authority, that they may carry out the great work of service to our race, that is, those Africans at home in our motherland, Africa, and those Africans that are abroad. We ask these things in the name of Almighty God, his Son, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and all the divines that have come to awaken and to move our people out of darkness into light. Let us all say amen.
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 This is a joint effort by two divisions. The Atlanta division, headed by Brother John Hargrove, who I must say, in terms of protocol, that he is also the commissioner of District 5. We're also joined by our president here in Chicago of Division 429, Brother Clyde Banks, who is also the Minister of Industry and Labor. We will also be joined by members of both divisions of the UNIA and our sister divisions of the UNIA in different parts of the African world. We will also be joined by friends who are interested, as we are, in Africa's development, Africa's redemption, and Africa's restoration to her ancient glory. So we welcome all of you all. Now let me bring to you first our president of the Atlanta Division 421, so that he can welcome you and invite our president of 429 to welcome you as well.
Thank you, Brother Shaka, for that warm greeting. As Brother Shaka said, this is a program, continued collaboration between Chicago Division 429, Atlanta Division 421, as well as many of our other sister divisions in the UNIA. Today, September 14th, 2024, we felt the call of the day is economics. Mr. Garvey teaches us the importance of economics and how economics has to be the foundation for nation building. As we look forward to more future collaborative programs, we felt that what better foundation to build from than that of economics. So tonight or today, as we go into the evening, the afternoon, we'll be looking at the history of economics from a UNIA-ACL standpoint. And we have three major topics that we'll go into as we look at the agenda. And I look forward to the discussion of these topics, the elaboration of these topics, and modernization of how we can apply these concepts to our time so that we can repeat the success of our ancestors and honor the legacy of the Right Excellent Marcus Mosiah Garvey and the UNIA through economics. So thank you, Brother Shaka. And with that, I want to bring in our brother president for Chicago Division 429, Brother Clyde Banks.
Brother Clyde, unmute yourself.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you for a great introduction. I appreciate Brother John, President John, and also Brother Shaka for setting this poll up. It is something that we must do in order to make some of the other areas.
You're breaking up, Brother Clyde.
Can you all hear me?
A little better now on that last
All right. All right. And so I'm sorry, I'm just getting back to the home office here, so bear with me. We get out with clients, and we gotta walk it the way we talk it. We have to have our businesses set up, and make sure that our clients are happy with what we're doing, and make sure that we get the repeat. That's just something that I am trying to be hyper considerate of, from the perspective that we want a good impression for our people and our work that we're doing. Garvey understood that we must have the economic base when we're out using as consumers services, and we're purchasing goods on a daily, weekly, monthly, annual basis. We must be conscientious about being able to provide those basic services and products that we utilize as a people. Otherwise, we just become a consumer that we've got to dance to the tune of those who actually produce. And we miss out on that value chain. So it's imperative that we consider, what we are buying and using as far as services, and try to buy black, give black, for those of you all who provide financial assistance to our various not-for-profits, charities, etc. It's important that we give black first before we think about everybody else out here. I mean, our cities, particular, have been flooded with the migrants coming into the U.S. And yes, they need help. I know, brother, for a fact that Brother Shaka has been working with a number of the melanated migrants who are coming up from various, and it's something that's not just from Central and South America. So folks are coming through the portal from the continent. I've met several brothers from Cote d'Ivoire and Senegal that, again, have worked their way up through our southern border here. And so they're here as well. it's again incumbent upon us to ensure that we have the businesses and manufacturing that we will need in order to support our own workforce, so that as our best and brightest come out of the schools and the trades, we want to make sure that we're in a position to provide them with gainful employment and management opportunities, as opposed to them continue to go to companies not owned and controlled by us. So, and this means that we got to get them early. We have to have our eyes and ears open. Yeah. And I know some of you all on the phone I'm familiar with that have sports backgrounds. And as a result, see how, as an example, AAU, I'm sorry, I'm getting another call. AAU and those sorts of athletics try to source at a very young age, 12, 13, 14, 15 years, the ones that are showing the promise. Well, we have to do the same thing with those bright minds that are able to create, concentrate, and be very instrumental in moving companies forward from the perspective of proper ideas flowing to the various projects. So again, we want to just look at this from a holistic perspective and not just we're making money. If it was just about making money, no telling what kind of things we would be endeavoring to do. So that's why it's important to look at those other principles, the preamble of the UNIA, to understand why it is we should be building and maintaining and growing our economic enterprises. With that, I'll rest and let someone others speak. So if President John, you want to take over again?
Sure, no problem. Yes, thank you, President Clyde. Also, I forgot to mention, per protocol, President Clyde is also our Commissioner of Labor and Industry. So thank you, President Clyde, for participating, sacrificing some of your time to provide some insight from your perspective, not only on the history, but what the things that we could be doing today. Brother Shaka, anything? I was going to go to our officially a pledge. I was going to go to the pledge to the red, black,
Let's
and green.
do that then.
All right. If everyone would, if you can, please rise to your feet, put your black fists in the air, and please repeat after me. Oh, hold on, sorry. Screen jump. That's fine. Give me y'all all the goodies. Where we at? Okay, hold on. I delete it. All right. All right. Find a red, black, and green flag in your home, or picture one in your mind, or you can use the one on the screen.
Or you can use the one on your lapel if you're wearing the red, black, and green button.
Yes, sir. I don't know if y'all can see one. All right. I commit my body, mind, and spirit.
I commit my body, mind, and spirit
to the protection, defense, and security.
For the protection, defense, and security.
Of the red, black, and green.
The red,
black, and green.
I dedicate my life to the redemption of Mother Africa.
I dedicate my life to the redemption of Mother Africa.
And the liberation of her scattered black children.
And the liberation of her scattered black children.
I accept for myself and my descendants.
I accept for myself and my descendants
the teachings of universal African nationalism.
The teachings of universal nationalism.
And I promise that our children will be instilled
and I promise that children will be instilled
with the purpose and knowledge of themselves
with the purpose and knowledge of themselves
as African people.
as African people, in order that the cause of our struggle will neither falter nor fail until all Black people are free and united
until all Black people are free and united
through one God,
one
aim, one destiny. Race first, family. You may please put your lines back on mute, and we will continue with the program. Let's see, agenda. Okay, so we've taken care of the opening rituals, pledge. Next agenda item is roll call. So we'll go through and allow individuals to introduce themselves. You don't have to, just where you calling from, division that you're representing, in any office that you may hold. So I'll
organization that you may belong to.
Yes, sir. So I'll just give an example. Brother John Hargrove, President, Division 421, Commissioner, District 5, UNIA-ACL, here in Atlanta.
Shaka Barak, First Vice President of Division 429 here in Chicago.
Brother Art.
Art Coxley, from 421, Recording Secretary from Annandale, Virginia.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Brother Art. Brother Moriama. All right, Brother Moriama stepped away. He's not ready. Brother James.
Brother James Wilson, Division 421 in Atlanta, Georgia, Youth Coordinator.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Brother James. Sister Brooks Robinson. Brooks, are you there? Okay, we'll come back to Brooks. Emafika.
Brother
Emafika.
Emafika Deyuka, supporter of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, longtime guardian out of West Palm Beach, Florida, here to encourage you for this step that you take on behalf of the reestablishment of what our great ancestor, the Honorable, most honorable, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, established and set as an example for the rest of us to follow. Congratulations.
Absolutely. Thank you, Brother Amafika. We got Brother Clyde. Sister Reveille.
Good afternoon. I am Reveille. I am in Metro Atlanta and a regular member of UNIA Division 421.
Greetings, Sister Reveille. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining. Dr. Gail Frazier.
Greetings. God bless everyone. I'm Dr. Gail Frazier, representing 429 UNIA in Chicago. Thank you for everything.
Thank you. Thank you for joining, sister.
You're welcome. And if I could say something, the person that you had said, Sister Brooks, that's Dr. Brooks Robinson.
Okay.
Just want to let you know.
All right. Is that a sister or brother?
Brother. He's a brother.
All right.
Brother Brooks.
Thank you. Brother Brooks, Dr. Brooks, you there? All right. Human Agriculture Cooperative.
Greetings, everyone. Ty Simmons, Division 29 member and co-founder of Human Agriculture Cooperative, a farming distribution program.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, brother. Thank you for joining. James Wilson. Marcus Garvey Drillers Foundation. Marcus Garvey's Drillers Foundation School.
Yeah, greetings to everyone. This is from Nigeria, and I am the UNIA in Nigeria, West Africa. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, brother. Thanks for joining. Pleasure to have you. Brother Miracle, you want to introduce yourself again? Brother Miracle. Okay. Brother Moyama, you there? You able to speak?
Yeah, great Garvey Day.
Greetings, brother.
Yeah, Brother Morimon is true and loyal member. Trying to learn more and more every day.
Yes, sir. Thank you for joining, Brother Moyama, long-time supporter. Long-time supporter. I'll just leave it at that. Brother Orman, greetings.
Greetings, Brother John. Brother Orman, Riverdale, member 421, regular member. Race first.
Race first, yes. Long-time active member, Division 421. Thank you, Brother Orman. And Sister Cecily, is that you on the phone? I can't hear you. You're off mute, though. Sister Cecily? All right. Audio. We're not getting any audio. I believe that is our second lady vice president, Sister Cecily. That would make a total of 17. Was there anyone that did not get a chance to introduce themselves?
Yes.
Sister Kamar.
Yes. Sister Kamar Medine Barak, financial member, Division 429, Chicago, Illinois. Greetings and much love.
Greetings. Thank you. Thank you. From what I understand, esteemed elder, honored by President General as of recently. Longtime active member at the UNIA.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
And our financial secretary for Division 429, I might add.
Still working. Oh my goodness.
That's also known as the legendary Queen Mateen.
Setting the example. Thank you. Can't thank you enough. All right. That makes 6. I got 16 total on the call. Anyone else that did not get a chance to introduce themselves?
Hi, I'm Nefertari. How you doing?
Greetings, Sister Nefertari. Where are you calling from?
Chicago.
429? Okay. I'm say 429. Sounds good. Thank you for joining, sister, and welcome to today's presentation.
You're welcome.
Okay. We will jump straight into the presentation. Please mute your lines again. We will have opportunity for questions after the major sections, but please reserve your questions until that time presents itself. First topic was just a general welcome to today's presentation. As I said, this presentation came about from understanding the importance of economics. We're not going to make it very far without economics, and it's always a hot topic. So, Brother Shaka, you want to elaborate?
Sure. I want to thank everyone once again for coming out to this history of UNIA economics. We're going to deal with several businesses that were built inside of the UNIA and businesses that the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey was the president of. Now, before you start thinking he might have been overwhelmed by being responsible for so many businesses, let me just tell you a little something about his preparation for what he was able to achieve in terms of building the greatest movement that has ever existed. He writes, and for you who have a copy of Philosophy and Opinions, you can turn to the second volume, page 124. You can go there and make a little note in the third paragraph that I will read to you. He says, I became a printer's apprentice at an early age while still attending school. My apprentice master was a highly educated and alert man. In the affairs of business and the world, he had no peer. He taught me many things before I reached 12. And at 14, I had enough intelligence and experience to manage men. I was strong and manly, and I made them respect me. I developed a strong and forceful character and have maintained it still. Unquote. So when we address the businesses of the UNIA, bear in mind that this business was headed by the Honorable Marcus Garvey and his team of directors. So we're going to begin with the first one, which is the African Communities League. We must start with the African Communities League because it is part of the organization of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. It is an arm of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. It is the business arm of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. So let us understand that when you think of all the many businesses that you'll be hearing about today, realize that they came under the African Communities League. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Brother Shaka. And with that, that's an excellent segue. So, as everyone should understand tonight or today, economics for the UNIA would be extremely synonymous with the African Communities League. We are all, and should be all, very familiar with the Universal Negro Improvement Association, UNIA, what that means, what that stands for. Sometimes our people, especially new people, may not understand the connection or the purpose of the African Communities League. So we'll briefly go to the teachings of Mr. Garvey, where he explains the difference between the UNIA and ACL. And then we'll go straight into African Communities League, which is one of the topics of today. And I'll read this. The UNIA and ACL was intended as one organization to carry out all the aims and objects of the Constitution, but the laws of the states in which the organization operates separate the functions of friendly and fraternal organizations from those of business organizations. Hence, in the incorporation of the name of the association in the state of New York in 1918, the two organizations were incorporated separately. The organizations had to be incorporated as the Universal Negro Improvement Associations Incorporated and the African Communities League Incorporated. The UNIA was incorporated as a fraternal organization, and the African Communities League was incorporated as a business organization. But the Convention of 1920 accepted the original idea and linked the two organizations together as the UNIA and ACL to hold its principles, to hold the principles that were intended so that the two organizations would not go apart as if they were not related. So the UNIA, as we know, was the fraternal arm, is the fraternal arm. When we talk about charitable, social, educational, institutional, you can even argue, part of the society, that's the fraternal. But when it comes to business, when it comes to finances, when it comes to membership dues and things like that, that's the African Communities League, and that's where they would step in and step up.
Now, before you, Brother John, go into the African Communities League, let me give a little definition of economics. First, economy. The way that the money and goods of a country are developed and used by its people. The careful use of money, goods, or other resources. Economic. Having to do with money or with the making, selling, or using of goods and services. Economical. Using or operating with little waste, saving money. Economizing. To limit the spending of money or the use of something, not to be wasteful. Thank you, Brother John.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Brother Shaka. Okay, so first topic or first subsection of our history of UNIA economics goes into African Communities League, which was incorporated chronologically first in 1918. Would be calling on audience participation to help us.
Have the certificate of incorporation of the UNIA in front of us.
Yes.
The ACL.
Okay, hold on.
But it's okay if you want to tell them something about how the UNIA was incorporated. Let's go back to that.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
You could never talk about how the greatest organization of our people that has existed came into existence and how it was structured too often.
Yes, sir. Okay, with that, Brother Art, I'll probably call you first to help us. If you could read the first paragraph.
Okay, can you make it bigger?
Larger. A little bit.
Okay, that'll work.
No, I got you. Boom.
The Universal Negro Improvement Association incorporated the state of New York, county of New York. We, the undersigned, desiring to form a corporation pursuant to the provisions of the membership corporation law, all being of full age, at least 2/3 being citizens of the United States, and one of us a resident of the state of New York, do hereby certify the state. First, the particular objects for which the corporation is to be formed are to promote and practice the principles of benevolence and for the protection and social intercourse of its members and for their mental and physical culture and developments, and to extend a friendly and constructive hand to the Negroes of the United States. Second, the name of the proposed corporation is the Universal Negro Improvement Association, Incorporated. Third, the territory in which the operations are to be principally conducted is the United States territories and possessions. Fourth, the place in which its principal office is to be located is the city of New York, borough of Manhattan, in the county of New York, state of New York, to wit, inserted number 165 West 131st Street. Fifth, the number of its directors are 7. 6, the names and places of the residents of the persons to be directors until it is first annual meeting are Isaac B. Allen, gives his address, Irene M. Blackmore, Walter J. Conway, Carrie B. Merrill, Harriet Rogers, and Marcus Garvey. Can you pull it up a little bit? 7th, the time for holding its annual meeting is on the first Monday in January in each year. In witness whereof, we have made and acknowledged this certificate this 17th day of June, 1918. Marcus Garvey and Carrie B. Merrill.
Thank you, Brother Art.
Now, one of the things that our brothers and sisters will notice is that some of the names that are on this document will be on the African Communities League. Remember, he didn't want the two organizations to go apart from each other. So that's the way you can do that when you have a benevolent or confraternal arm and you want to keep it connected with the business arm, make the directors on both arms the same, and you can have that same effect. While Brother John is pulling up the certificate of incorporation of the African Communities League, I just want to take a moment to thank him. I can't do this, pull all that cut and paste, and I can't do that. And this young brother, if I might, John, has over the last, since, what was that, June the 10th, he's been a soldier. He's been helping us put together these programs. So I'm really thankful of how hard he works to get it done. And I know he works hard because he works with me. And I'm working hard because I want to make sure that it gets done. And I know his ability, his commitment, in fact. And so we're so grateful to have a relationship with him, one who's young but wants to learn and wants to do and wants to work and is capable of doing that. And we'll do some more things in the future. So you all continue to hang on, stay with your president, and those in 429, stay with your president, because we're going to unveil some things that will make it possible for us to get the work done. We can't sit around with the teachings of Marcus Garvey and faith and confidence on Almighty God and not get this work done, and not save our youth and our babies, and not save our race, and not restore Africa to her ancient glory. We can't do that. And so stay with us and we'll get the work done with your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Shaka. I think we may have to come back to the ACL certificate, if that's okay with the audience. But we do have the information for the Black Star Line, which would have been our next topic of discussion. Before we go to the Black Star Line, were there any questions in regards to the African Communities League? And that'll give me a second to keep looking.
Sorry, Brother John. You were saying you're having a little problem finding the certificate of incorporation of the African Communities League?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have it, and what I'll do
Have you sent it to me? Because if you sent it to me, I should have it in my.
Oh, yeah, you should have it. But what I'll do is I'll give a brief explanation as to what the African Communities League was set up to do, if it's all right with you.
Sure, I think I got it right here. I think I found the email.
You don't have it set up so that it'll show on the screen?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Okay, yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, it's a lot of information.
You want a condensed version?
Possible?
All right, I condensed.
No.
So
Go ahead.
I condensed it, so I'm satisfied that it will convey the significance of this document. And then what we can do for our brothers and sisters who are listening, we have the documents, and if you want the documents, at some point in time, we will make those available to you. You just let John know that what I sent him or what you see or what you hear is something you like to have in your division, that you want your members to have in your division of the UNIA, or that you want to better understand, then you can get that information so you can go to work. So here we go.
Are you able to see the screen? It was my screen sharing but it's very small to read it.
Yeah, you'd have to enlarge that, and you'd have to probably take one of my reprints of that, because I did type that all over again, but I didn't send it to you in that form. So let me do the brief version of it when you're ready.
Let me try something. Let's see.
You the man.
Okay. If you're able to see, we can, whether condensed or if we want to read the whole thing, we've got.
Why don't you put Brother Art's eyes on that? He's a little younger than me.
I got it.
I can read it as well. I have it at home.
There you go.
What'd you say, Morma?
Yeah, I have it right here in front of me also, if anyone needs to help in reading it. I have my, version of my book.
Okay, I can see it now. It's enlarged. I'll take the weight off of you, Brother Art. And because I've read it 100 times, I'll move through it quickly, even though I appreciate the reading that you did for us. It was wonderful. It was clear. You were articulate. Certificate of Incorporation of the ACL, New York's.
I don't see it anymore, Brother John. Oh, there it is.
Here we go. Filed and recorded July the 31st, 1918. Take a note, brothers and sisters, July 31st, 1918. These dates are significant. As we go through next year, a lot of the things that we have touched on this year, we'll revisit them. They're worth commemorating and celebrating. July the 31st, 1918. State of New York, County of New York. We, the undersigned, all being persons of full age and at least 2/3 being citizens of the United States, and at least one of us a resident of the state of New York, desiring to form a stock corporation pursuant to the provisions of the Business Corporations Law of the state of New York, do hereby make, sign, acknowledge, and file this certificate for that purpose as follows. First, the name of the proposed corporation is African Communities League, Inc. Second, the purpose for which it is to be formed are to conduct grocery stores, to buy or otherwise acquire, to manufacture, market, prepare for market, sell, deal in, and deal with import and export food and food products of every class and description, fresh, canned, or preserved, or otherwise, and all other food and other preparations. B, in connection with the foregoing, to manufacture, market, and prepare for market, buy, sell, deal in, and deal with, import and export tin, and any products of tin, glassware, and any articles of glassware, and any other article, receptacle, packages, or things which may be useful in connection with the manufacture or marketing, vending, or shipping of the products of the company or like products. C, to carry on the business of restaurants, keepers, caterers, tobacconists, dealers in provisions, wine and liquor dealers, and to manage and conduct restaurants and cafes in any part of the United States and in foreign countries. D, to carry on the business of steam and general laundry. And to manage and conduct restaurants and cafes in any parts of the United States and in foreign countries, to carry on the business of steam and general laundry, and to wash, clean, purify, scour, bleach, wring, dry, iron, color, dye, disinfect, renovate, and prepare for use all articles for wearing, apparel, household, domestic, and other linen and cotton and woolen goods and clothing and fabrics of all kinds, and to buy, sell, hire, manufacture, repair, let on hire or improve, treat, and deal in all apparatus, machines, materials, and articles of all kinds which are capable of being used for any of such purposes. To prepare for publication, print, electrotype, bind, sell, and distribute, and generally deal in magazines, newspapers, pamphlets, books, and publications of all kinds, and to engage generally in the business of job and book printers, book binders, stationers, engravers, and electrotypes, to apply for, purchase, or otherwise acquire, and to dispose of copyrights in the United States and elsewhere, to purchase or otherwise acquire and to sell either as principal or agents and as freely as natural persons might or could do, books, magazines, music, newspapers, and publications of all kinds and descriptions, stationery and stationers, supplies, and generally to carry on the business of wholesale and retail booksellers and stationers. F, to manufacture and deal in clothing, haberdashery, boots, shoes, leather goods, and wearing apparel generally, and any other articles which may be conveniently or advantageously handled in conjunction with the business aforesaid, to engage in the manufacture, purchase, sale, export, and import of woolen, silk, cotton, and other fabrics of all kinds, and any and all materials used in the manufacture of clothing, wearing apparel, boots, shoes, leather goods, or articles usually dealt in therewith or in connection therewith. G, to manufacture and generally deal in stoves, furnaces, ranges, gas and electric appliances, and devices of all kinds for heating purposes. H, to make and enter into any and all manner of contracts or agreements by and with any person or persons, firm or corporation, to purchase, acquire, manufacture, sell, deal in, export, or import any of the articles or merchandise aforementioned, and generally with full power to perform any and all acts connected with the foregoing purposes arising therefrom or incidental thereto, and any and all acts proper and necessary for the purposes of the business. I, to do such other acts and to conduct such other business or businesses in connection with or resulting from the exercise of any of the powers enumerated in the preceding subdivision as may be found advantageous or desirable by the corporation so far as the same may be lawful for a corporation organized under the Business Corporations Law.
All right.
1 second. That's just one of 3 pages.
It was very thorough.
Okay, here we go. Got the second page. Share. Screen. Brother Shaka, you want me to take this one?
If you like.
I got you. J, to take, buy, purchase, exchange, hire, lease, or otherwise acquire real estate and property, either improved or unimproved, and any interest or right therein, and to own, hold, control, maintain, manage, and develop the same in connection with said business. K, to purchase, exchange, hire, or otherwise acquire such personal property, chattels, rights, easements, permits, privileges, and franchises as may lawfully be purchased, exchanged, hired, or acquired under the Business Corporations Law of the State of New York. L, to erect, construct, maintain, improve, rebuild, enlarge, alter, manage, and control directly or through ownership of stock in any corporation, any kind, and all kinds of buildings, houses, stores, offices, warehouses, mills, shops, factories, and plants, and any and all other structures and erections which may at any time be necessary, useful, or advantageous in the judgment of the board of directors for the purpose of the corporation, and which can lawfully be done under the Business Corporations Law. M, to sell, manage, improve, develop, assign, transfer, convey, lease, sublease, pledge, or otherwise alienate or dispose of, and to mortgage or otherwise encumber the lands, buildings, real property, chattels, real and other property of the company, real and personal, and other, and wheresoever situate, and any and all legal and equitable rights therein. N, to borrow money with or without pledge of or mortgage on all and any of its property, real or personal, as security, and to loan and advance money upon mortgages on real or personal property or on either of them. O, to purchase, acquire, hold, sell, assign, transfer, mortgage, pledge, and otherwise dispose of the shares of capital stock, bonds, debentures, or other evidences of indebtedness of any corporation, domestic and foreign, and while the holder thereof to exercise all the rights, privileges, ownership, including the right to vote thereon, and to issue and exchange therefore its own stocks, bonds, and other obligations. P, to apply for, obtain, register, produce, lease, or otherwise acquire, and to hold, own, use, operate, introduce, sell, assign, or otherwise dispose of any trademarks, trade names, patents, inventions, improvements, designs, licenses, and processes in connection with or secured by letters patent of the United States or under any of the trademarks or copyright laws of the United States or otherwise, to produce or otherwise acquire patents, inventions, and improvements, licenses, and processes of others for the purpose of holding, owning, using, operating, or to sell, assign, or otherwise dispose of the same, and to grant licenses thereto, or otherwise turn to account such patents, inventions, improvements, designs, licenses, and processes as above set forth, to act as agent, commission, merchant, or consignee, and this is Q, to act as agent, commission, merchant, or consignee in carrying on the businesses or purpose herein before mentioned, and also as principal agent, commission, merchant, factor, or otherwise engaged in every and any and all of said businesses as distributors, dealers and importers of every and all things which may be necessary or proper in connection with the said business, or either of any of them, and which may not be contrary to law. R, to purchase, acquire, own, and sell the plant or plants of any other corporations, associations, firms, or individuals carrying on any business similar in nature to any either of all the businesses for which this corporation is formed, and either along or in connection with any such other corporation or corporations or associations, firms, or individuals, and all and everything necessary, suitable, and proper for the accomplishment of any of the purposes or the attainment of any of the objects or in furtherance of any of the powers herein before set forth, provided the same be not inconsistent with the laws under which this corporation is originated. S, to conduct and transact its business in any or all of its branches in any of the states, territories, colonies, or dependencies of the United States and the District of Columbia, and in any and all foreign countries, to hold, purchase, mortgage, and convey real and personal property without limit as to amount in any such state, territory, colony, dependency, district, or foreign country, but always subject to the laws thereof. To do all and everything necessary, suitable, and proper for the accomplishment of any of the purposes of the attainment of any of the objects or in furtherance of any of the powers herein before set forth, and to any other act or acts, things or things incidental or pertaining to or connected with the aforementioned businesses or powers of any part or parts thereof, provided the same be not inconsistent with the laws under which this corporation is organized. This corporation shall not have the power of, nor shall anything herein contained, authorized, or permitted to carry on the business of. One second. Last page is much shorter. I'll finish this out. Of discounting bills, notes, or other evidences of debt, of receiving deposits or buying or selling bills of exchange or issuing bills, notes, or other evidences of debts for circulation as money. Third, the amount of capital stock is $10,000. Fourth, the number of shares of which the capital stock shall consist is 400. Shares of the par value of $25 each, and the amount of capital with which the said corporation shall begin business is $500. Fifth, its principal office is to be located in the borough of Manhattan, in the county of New York, city of New York, state of New York. Sixth, its duration is to be perpetual. Seventh, the number of its directors is to be 9. 8, the names and post office addresses of the directors for the first year are as follows. 1, Marcus Garvey. 2, Irena Moran Blackston. 3, Isaac S. Bright. 4, Irene W. Wingfield. 5, James Perkins. 6, Carrie B. Merrow. 7, Clarence A. Carpenter. 8, F.B. Webster, unless I'm, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm counting 8. Yeah, unless something got chopped off. But that completes the certificate of incorporation for the African Communities League. To Brother Shaka's point, I do see some names from both documents. Carrie Merrow, I think, was it Isaac Bright? There was an Isaac on the first one. So those are at least two names. Not sure. Can't necessarily verify. And of course, Marcus Garvey. We've read both documents. Brother Shock, anything you want to say to?
Yes, I would like to invite those in attendance today. If you have any questions or comments about the African Communities League, because I know you oftentimes hear us say Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League, but as a matter of fact, I have one sister said, any way I can join the African Communities League. Well, once we push our economic program, we may have to reactivate that. And in keeping with the way it was founded, it would be a separate corporation from the UNIA. Similar members would be involved in the corporation, but it has a different purpose. And lastly, one of our ministers that's here today, Brother Clyde, the Minister of Industry and Labor, back during the time of the Honorable Marcus Garvey, there was a brother by the name of Robert Poston, and he was the Minister of Labor and Industry. And with this kind of program that the African Communities League represented, this brother was able to advise, consult all the business people in Harlem. They would come to us because we had this level of expertise when it came to doing business. It was so broad, it was so comprehensive, until they would come to us for advice. So that will probably most certainly happen in the future once the African Communities League is reactivated. So let's open up for any questions and comments, because this is the end of the first segment, and we want you, if you have some questions or comments about the African Communities League, to feel free to mention them or to ask them.
I have a question. This document that was just read.
Give us your name, bro.
My name is Brother Ormond, number 421 in Atlanta. Was this document put together by the Honorable Marcus Garvey, or was it a group? It's an extremely broad and well-defined legal document. Did this come out of the mind of Marcus Garvey, or was it a compilation of all the different brothers and sisters? Because there's a tremendous amount of legal area that he covered. He almost covered everything.
I would say that it's because it is signed by the directors of the African Communities League. They played a part. You wouldn't really sign off on something if you had nothing to do with it. So they did play a part. He was good at getting people to collaborate around great ideas. He might have the idea, because he had the idea before 1918, before these people knew about the UNIA. But when it came to putting the whole thing together, the nuts and bolts together, I would surmise that many of these giants, and we're talking about giants, we're not just talking about somebody that just walked from Mississippi. These were men and women of great substance who he attracted, because even when you're thinking about forming a division of the UNIA, in the Constitution, it says 7 men and women of intelligence. Because the work that has to be done will require you to do a lot of reading, a lot of research, and to be able to, handle the difficulties that deal with trying to take a people out of darkness into the light. Sometimes a people that may not want to go. And then you may find opposition. And so you need to be able to, be able to handle yourself. And so he attracted strong men and women to build the greatest movement that ever existed.
Yeah, tremendous amount of legalese in there. He covered everything nationally and internationally. And he dotted every I and crossed every T. So
yeah, there was never a time where somebody said the African Communities League didn't have a T crossed or an I dotted. People looked at that and said, wow, like we're doing right now, right, brothers and sisters? I think somebody's having a little wow moment as they look, as they listen to us read this.
Yeah, tremendous amount of work there.
And then what was beautiful is when it manifested itself in practice, in the businesses.
Yes,
you'll get more of that. So, Brother Armin, thank you for that. If there are no other questions, Brother John, maybe we can, you can give your summary, Brother Clyde can give his, and then we can move on.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Can you hear me?
Excuse me. I would like to ask a question. How do individual members bring their corporations into the fold? How would Marcus Garvey, like you said, those individuals from Harlem would come and consult and get information, but how would you manifest bringing those business back into the fold?
That's a good question. Now, our Minister of Labor and Industry and Commerce, they were just able to help people, whether they were in the UNIA or not. Now, in terms of businesses inside of the UNIA, let's say that a division wanted to start a business. They would get together with their president and say, we want to set a committee up so we can discuss starting a business and what type of business we could probably handle based on our skill base, interests, so forth and so on. And the president would say, well, okay, put something together. The committee would put something together, and then the president would take a look at it, and then he would let the parent body know, the leadership, the international leadership know what it is that they want to do. They would look at it, see it wasn't in conflict with the Constitution of the UNIA, and say, bam, go with it. So divisions would be approached with business propositions, and if they thought that's something that they wanted to do, they would approach their president of their division, and then they would make sure that after they've fine-tuned it, that they would just run it past the parent body so that they could know what they were doing in their division. So for example, you're not gonna get the approval of the parent body to set up porn movies. You know what I'm saying? It's just not gonna happen. You're not gonna get the parent body to go along with you selling fentanyl. But reasonable business projects would certainly be acceptable. That's how that's done, my brother, if I have answered your question.
Actually, yes and no. I was talking about an individual that is a member that would like to partner with the UNIA, not just other members, but with the UNIA itself.
Well, the UNIA has a high executive council meeting every year. And if you would like to bring to that high executive council a proposal that they could look at, then I'm sure they'd be happy to take a look at a proposal for doing business. So let me see, we can give you, if you want, I mean, this is one way of doing it. We can give you the date of the next high executive council. We can talk about, what'd you say, dear? It's in April. We can talk about preparing for that. So we can sit down with you and say, hey, let's take a look at what you're proposing. Let's see if we could put it in the form of some type of resolution and present it to the parent body. Before April, I don't want to wait till the last minute. But if you have some ideas let's over the next month or so, let's crunch the numbers and see what you're offering, what you're proposing.
Well, Brother Shaka, this is Clyde. We appreciate the questions here because, again, there are some protocols, as we just previously discussed, in terms of how to filter up. So initially, you would discuss with your individual division. From there, we go to our HEC, or High Executive Council, which actually meets every 2 weeks on Thursday evenings. And from there, the proposal would be discussed. And if there's any unreadiness as to whether or not we have a yea or nay vote, then we get back to the originator and their respective division as to what items needed to be tightened up. You know, what we're looking for is something that's well thought out and as best possible. I like to call bulletproof. In that when you go down some what if scenarios, you want to see that there's adequate safety mechanism so that the division and or parent body does not get defrauded. Making sure that you've got some idea of your revenue sources that are some reasonable parameters. That there's some experience associated with what is being proposed either within the division of that individual or within the parent body that can help. In my capacity as Minister of Labor and Industries, I would help you prepare those for submission to HEC. And I'm a member of High Executive Council as well. Brother Ty, does that help? So it's not you're waiting for a year to see if it's going to fly. I'll be calling you later on. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. May I say something, Brother Shaka?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out too that and greetings to all, and Brother Ty. This is Brother Morima. I was from my study of the ACL, unlike the NNBL or the National Negro Business League, and the ACL was more of an industrial arm of the UNIA and not so much a business and professional association for entrepreneurs like the National Negro Business League, which was co-sponsored with, not just founded by Booker T, but also Andrew Carnegie. But that particular arm was more about existing small businesses coming together and kind of starting a small business association, but it wasn't really designed to produce industry and have a centralized kind of corporation the way the ACL was formed. So each division kind of was the strategic business unit of the greater, ACL, the company that was formed, like the Negro Factories Corporation, et cetera. So it was kind of a different model. And there were some business owners who, were making products for UNIA or, et cetera, related, but they just weren't structured the same way. So I'm not sure if they would, if you're seeing them through another perspective on that when it comes to joining a business, but definitely, I definitely would recommend, what all said about contacting the UNIA itself and, seeing how it would best fit.
Thank you, my brother. Diane?
Greetings. Greetings, Sister Diane.
Greetings all.
Greetings, Sister Diane.
Did you ask me a question?
Did you?
Did you have a question or comment?
Not so much. All along I've been thinking that the UNIA and ACL is one, and that I was a member of both, but I may have misunderstood something along.
You are, my sister. Just for incorporation purposes, it had to be done separately. But we are the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. The Constitution that we honor is for the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. So it's one.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for the clarification.
It looks like Sister Reveille had her hand up.
Hello, yes, thank you, Brother John. Race first, everyone. This is great information so far. I'm really happy to be here today. Happy I can make it. I do have a question or thought as I'm listening to talk about the business and where you might want to go. So my question is there a business plan or a layout of goals for UNIA and ACL as it relates to business only that you have prepared so far? And I'm asking because if I do have ideas or resources for business that I want to propose, I want to do it knowing that it's going to meet the goals that you already have in place. So if it's not going to meet those, then, I may not want to present it in a proposal, as you mentioned. So is there something, a guide, a layout of goals or a business plan already established of where you're going?
Here's what we did, Sister Reveille, in Chicago. Our president called a business meeting so we could discuss business. It wasn't a mass meeting like we have here where we have people who are not necessarily a part of the UNIA, but we had a business meeting, and out of that meeting, we formed a business committee. It's as simple as that. And I'm thinking, Brother John, that perhaps that might be a way for other divisions to get started. And that is to have a committee formed and let them discuss business possibilities. And maybe some of the members may have an idea, or they may be business people and they may want to expand, and they may be looking for some laborers, they may be looking for some expertise, or some technicians. So yeah, get with your president, and as soon as you all can, have that meeting. Now, before those of you who are listening decide what business you want to jump into, hopefully we're inspiring some folks to think about entrepreneurship. We're going to continue and finish our program and our discussions about the other two major entities, and then we'll also have some discussion about technology that's out there as well.
Just one quick comment, if I could, before we move on. I've posted my contact information in the chat. I'm the Clyde Banks, Minister of Labor and Industries. I'm based here in Chicago, but I'm accessible by phone or email. But I just left my phone number. So if anyone needs to get a document such as what was just asked about, we can get something together for you. That would give you some general parameters to follow as you prepare a proposal.
Thank you, Brother Clyde. That's very much similar to what I was thinking, because I'm thinking about the organization as a whole and how it would move forward. So thank you for that.
Okay. If there's no more questions.
Dr. Brooks has his hand up.
Yes, good afternoon. This is an interesting program, and I must beg considerable amount of ignorance of the UNIA and the ACL, even though I have a little background in the life of the most honorable Marcus Garvey. Didn't know a lot about the details, and this is a great seminar for that purpose of sharing this important information. However, and by the way, you all have emphasized economics as a fundamental base for moving forward as a people. And of course, Mr. Garvey did as well. And in today's environment, Dr. Claude Anderson uses the same, he puts forward the same idea. But we have tried to voice a slightly different opinion. What you're evidencing here, you're starting with education. You're starting with education. You're teaching the people, first of all, the background, the framework. You're setting the stage so that ideas can come forward to do business. So to me, I mean, yes, economics is important, but it is not the first level of that 5 foundation structure that Dr. Claude Anderson talks about. The basic fundamental first floor has to be the education, the information, the transformation of the minds so that people can prepare themselves to actually move forward, including planning successfully so that business will be successful. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Brooks. You know, for a couple of months now, we've been having these discussions, and we spent some time outlining what the UNIA represents. And so education is a key point, key item in our discussions. And in fact, when we talk about the Black Star Line, I think that's next. You can't imagine, or maybe you can, because you're Dr. Brooks Robinson. The maritime industry, the history of the maritime industry, the very beginning in our contact with it as well. But when we first sailed the ships on the Nile, the transatlantic, you know what I'm saying? I mean, the competitiveness between the different shipping companies. We're going to touch on a little bit of that because, as you said, it's always about educating our people on anything that we want to do together. But again, thank you very much, Dr. Brooks.
Yeah, I would just add one other point.
Please.
That it has to go beyond, obviously it has to go beyond members, the captured members of the UNIA and the African League. Basically because if you don't get other Black Americans, and this is what he was effective at, okay? He was effective at building so much membership that it fueled itself. Today, in today's world, there's so many Black people. I mean, it's changing now, but there's so many Black people who do not actively seek, as you said at the beginning of this program, to buy Black, to give Black, and so on and so forth. So that's the education part that's also important.
Oh, yeah. If we're going to bring them into the UNIA, especially and become a mass movement again, it will require education, training, and the training of both the people that are on the outside and our members that are on the inside. In order to take the history, the life and works of the Honorable Marcus Garvey before the people, or to the people, we have to know it. And so, Brother John, the reason I enjoy working with a brother in another division in another city is that he has been instrumental in helping to develop educational activities inside the UNIA. This is just another level of it where rather than him doing it all by himself down in Atlanta, we said, let's work together. And so that's why we have two divisions primarily that are working on this project of the history of the UNIA and the economics. But there are others, but Brother John is a leader in that area of educating our people. And again, I can't thank him enough. And I can't thank you enough, Brother Robbins, for bringing up this point of the significance of education.
Yeah, one final point, and then I'll.
Brother, you did that 3 times.
Yeah. Bottom
It's
line
all right,
is,
but you gave us some good stuff. Go ahead.
You do know that I serve as rapporteur for the long-term strategic plan panel, and we have our next meeting in October, God willing, and I will take to them some note about this seminar and the work that you all are doing. And I think that we will have a discussion, some small discussion about it. And you might look forward potentially from word from us of some willingness to collaborate in some way that's linked to the long-term strategic plan for Black America that we've developed, that the long-term strategic plan panel developed over a 19-month period.
Well, thank you again. And maybe one of the immediate things that can be done, our Minister of Labor and Industry did place his phone number in the chat room. If you'll take that down, and he's asked people to contact him, and you can do the same. And if there's an invitation that's forthcoming, then it could be extended to him, and then he knows how to take it up the chain or take it down the chain, okay? Brother John.
Yes, sir.
Are we ready for part 2?
I believe so. Thank you, Brother Shaka. As we continue, brothers and sisters, the next item on the agenda or focus from a chronological standpoint in regards to the economic endeavors of Mr. Garvey and the UNIA would be a discussion of the Black Star Line, which officially was incorporated 1919. Do we have some volunteers that can help us read?
I can help read to start off, if you can make it a little bigger.
I understand. Let's see.
I'm gonna try to make my screen bigger too. Okay, that looks good, I think. All right, up to what point you think, or the whole thing, or?
Get through the third and the paragraph after the third.
Okay. The Certificate of Incorporation of the Black Star Line Incorporated, New York, 23rd day of June, AD 1919. We, the undersigned, in order to form a corporation for the purposes hereinafter stated, under and pursuant to the provisions of an act of legislature of the state of Delaware, entitled an act providing a general corporation law, approved March 10th, 1899, and the acts amendatory thereof and supplemental thereto, do hereby certify as follows. First, the name of this corporation is Black Star Line Incorporated. Second, its principal office and place of business in the state of Delaware is to be located in Wilmington, County of Newcastle. The agent in charge thereof is the Charter Service Corporation, 206 West 9th Street, Wilmington, Delaware. Third, the specific objects for which it is formed are as follows, namely, for the purpose of building for its own use, equipping, furnishing, fitting, purchasing, chartering, navigating or owning steam, sail or other boats, ships, vessels, or other property, and to be used in any lawful business, trade, commerce, or navigation upon the ocean, or any seas, sounds, lakes, rivers, canals, or other waterways, and for the carriage, transportation, or storing of lading, freight, mails, property, or passengers thereon. In general, to do any and all things, and to exercise any and all powers necessary or advisable to accomplish one or more of the purposes of the corporation, or which shall at any time appear to be conducive to or for the benefit of said corporation, in connection therewith, which may now or hereafter be lawful for the corporation to do or exercise under pursuance of the laws of the state of Delaware, or of any other law that may be now or hereafter applicable to the corporation.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Yo, if you want to, did you want to continue?
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
To conduct its business in any or all of its branches, so far as permitted by law, in the state of Delaware and in any other state of the United States of America, and in any territory, dependency, colony, or possession thereof, and in the District of Columbia, and in any foreign country, and in connection therewith, to hold, possess, purchase, mortgage, and convey real estate and personal property, and to maintain offices and agencies either within or anywhere without the state of Delaware. Fourth, the waters to be navigated are the Atlantic Ocean along the entire eastern seaboard of the United States and the Dominion of Canada, Newfoundland, and about Cuba.
Okay, thank you.
Puerto Rico. Okay, thank you.
Excellent job. Let me. We have anyone else that can volunteer to read? Okay, I'll take care of it. Puerto Rico and the West Indian Islands, Central and South America, including the Gulfs, bays, sounds, harbors, and roadsteads along said coast and adjacent thereto, and such navigatable rivers as flow therein, the Pacific Ocean along the entire western seaboard of the United States, British Columbia and Alaska, Lower California, Mexico, Central America, and South America, including the Gulfs, bays, sounds, harbors, and roadsteads along said coast and adjacent thereto, and such navigable rivers as flow therein, the Gulf of Mexico and Panama Canal, the Gulf of California, Puget Sound, the Great Lakes, and all navigable waters and canals that flow therein or may hereafter be constructed, connecting any of the aforesaid waters and all navigable inland waters of the United States and the Dominion of Canada, and also along the entire seaboard of the continent of Africa, including the Gulfs, bays, sounds, harbors, and roadsteads along said coast and adjacent thereto, and such navigable rivers as flow therein, and those of such other continents as may hereafter be determined, it being the purpose of this provision to permit the corporation to conduct its business in any part of the world as far as may be permitted by law. Fifth, the total authorized capital stock of this corporation is $500,000 divided into 100,000 shares of $5 each. The amount of capital stock with which it will commence business is $1,000, being 200 shares of the par value of $5 each. One second. Sixth, the names and places of residence of each of the subscribers of the capital stock are as follows: Marcus Garvey, Edgar M. Gray, Richard E. Warner, George Tobias, Jenny Jenkins, all residing in New York City. 40 shares each. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. That's 200. Seventh, the existence of this corporation is to be perpetual. Eighth, the property of the stockholder shall be subject to the payment of the corporate debts, payment of corporate debts to any extent whatever. The private property of the stockholders. Let me read that again. Eighth, the private property of the stockholders shall not be subject to the payment of corporate debts to any extent whatever. Ninth, the director shall have power to make and to alter or amend the bylaws to fix amount to be reserved as working capital and to authorize and cause to be executed mortgages and liens upon the real and personal property of this corporation. Someone want to help me with the third page?
I don't mind.
Thank you, Brother Shaka. I'm gonna have to read some and then move it around.
I can start here with the consent.
Please.
With the consent in writing and pursuant to a vote of the holders of a majority of the capital stock issued and outstanding, the directors shall have authority to dispose in any manner of the whole property of this corporation. The bylaws shall determine whether and to what extent the accounts and books of this corporation, other than the stock ledger, or any of them shall be open to the inspection of the stockholders. And no stockholder shall have any right of inspecting any account or book or document of this corporation except as conferred by law or the bylaws or by resolution of the stockholders. If the bylaws so provide and by vote of a majority of the whole board, the said director shall have power to designate 2 or more of their number to constitute an executive committee, which committee shall, for the time being, as provided in said resolution or in the bylaws of the corporation, have and execute any or all of the powers of the board of directors in the management of the business and affairs of this corporation, and have power to authorize the seal of this corporation to be affixed to all papers which may require it. The signers of the certificate of incorporation, being all the incorporators, shall have the direction of the affairs and of the organization of the corporation, and may hold meetings in person or by proxy, and at such meeting or meetings elect directors and take such steps as are proper to obtain the necessary subscriptions to the stock and to perfect an organization of the corporation. The stockholders and directors shall have power to hold their meetings and keep the books, documents, and papers of the corporation, subject to the provisions of the statute, outside of the state of Delaware at such places as may be from time to time designated by them. The corporation may, in its bylaws, confer additional powers upon the directors, supplemental to the powers and authorities expressly conferred upon them by the statute. This corporation reserves the right to amend, alter, change, or repeal any provision contained in the certificate of incorporation in the manner now or hereafter prescribed by statute, and all rights conferred on stockholders herein are granted subject to this reservation. It is the intention that the objects, purpose, and powers specified in the third paragraph hereof shall, except where otherwise specified in said paragraph, be no wise limited or restricted by reference to or inference from the terms of any other clause or paragraph in this certificate of incorporation, but that the objects, purposes, and powers specified in the third paragraph and in each of the clauses or paragraphs of this charter may or shall be regarded as independent objects, purposes, and powers. We, the undersigned, do make, file, and record this certificate and do certify that the facts herein stated are true, and we do respectfully agree to take the number of shares of stock heretofore set forth and have accordingly hereunto set our hands and seals this 23rd day of June, AD 1919.
I'll finish up. Is that it? No, okay, so these are the names: Marcus Garvey, Edgar M. Gray, Richard E. Warner, George W. Tobias, Jenny Jenkins. In the presence of S. Watson, State of New York, County of New York, be it remembered that on this 26th day of June, AD 1919, personally came before me, the subscriber, a notary public for the State of New York, County of New York, Marcus Garvey, Edgar M. Gray, Richard E. Warner, George Tobias, and Janie Jenkins, party to the foregoing certificate of incorporation, known to me personally to be such and severally acknowledge that they signed, sealed, and delivered the said certificate as their act and deed, and that the facts therein stated are truly set forth, given under my hand and seal of office the day and year aforesaid. Junus MCD Green, Notary Public, New York. See what's up. So I think that completes the reading of the certificates. And then after that, we got some images, one being Office of the Black Star Line building in New York. Shaka, did you want to elaborate on this image, or you want me to just continue? You're on mute, Brother Shaka. You speaking.
Yeah, would you bring the next image up, please?
Yes. Next image will be a certificate for the Black Star Line. Brother Shaka?
These certificates are still out. That one I acquired from a brother here in Chicago, an elder here in Chicago, whose family invited the Honorable Marcus Garvey, when he was a little boy, to stay the night at their home while he was in Chicago. You know, I was telling Brother John that I found a city around Chicago, not far from Chicago, called Robbins, and the Honorable Marcus Garvey used to visit that city, and there was a UNIA building there, and we looked in the book Race First, and we found Georgia and how many different divisions and chapters there were in Georgia. So the Honorable Marcus Garvey certainly came to Chicago. He didn't spend all his time in New York, and he came and he stayed with this family. So this family, this elder had said that he met Marcus Garvey and shook his hand. He shook his hand and said that it was like electricity went through his body, he said that Marcus Garvey talked to him in such a way that he impressed him to later on go and get a PhD from a university. So these are still out there. We haven't been too quick to want to reactivate the Black Star Line because people be looking at it saying, wow, man, let's do that again. Yeah, well, it won't be on the Black Star Line because we would have to, if people had certificates, you'd have to honor that. We ain't gonna, what did Raymond Duguay say? $5 is now $600. And so we ain't gonna go that way. But let me say something else about the Black Star Line. It was headed by the Honorable Marcus Garvey. They kept the books and the records, and there was no discrepancies in the Black Star Line's management. That proved that Black people could do international trade and travel through this business and this spiritual undertaking. The Black Star Line had a 30-piece band, and the offices of the Black Star Line employed thousands of young Blacks as managers, accountants, cashiers, clerks, and stenographers. Altogether, this made Marcus Garvey the best known, admired Black man in the world, with white and Black media following his every move. The Black Star Line had offices in 15 states in the United States. It had offices in Cuba, British Guiana, Haiti, Jamaica, Bocas del Toro, Port Limon, Costa Rica, Lagos, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and Monrovia, Liberia. The Black Star Line banked in half a dozen banks and had 35,000 stockholders, and he was just getting started. The Black Star Line's ships. Can you pull up some ships? This was the first ship. It was renamed the Frederick Douglass. Our people went on that ship, and 5,000 of our people inspected that ship. So there was never a time when our people were kept in the dark or there was any trickery or foolishness that was going on. This was strictly business, and we had purchased a nice ship. This was during the time when, at the end of the war, 1919, the war was over about a year. World War I, the White World War I was over by 1918. And so they used ships that were available to transport people back to their countries, to repatriate them back to their countries. And so it was difficult to buy ships. But the Honorable Marcus Garvey was a shrewd businessman, and he was able to secure this beautiful ship for us, and it made the people happy. Let's do the next ship. The Black Star Line steamship SS Shadyside, renamed the Phyllis Wheatley. And let me just tell you a little bit about that ship. It was a excursion boat. In other words, it was in New York. It was set up on the Hudson River, and 3 times a week it would sail up and down. The Black Star Line band played on that ship. That ship could hold 500 people comfortably. The next ship, please. Now, I may want to say something. Let's see. The Shadyside, it cost us only $35,000. And again, it went up and down the Hudson River 3 times a week, and the Black Star Line band played on it. This ship here was one of the rich guy's toys. It's a yacht. It was 475 gross tons. It was over 227 feet long. 24 feet from breadth and beam, and over 14 feet deep. It was once owned by the multimillionaire Henry H. Rogers. Brother Booker T. Washington rode on there, and several other people. They used to race these yachts. That's why I call them toys, right? And so Rogers of Standard Oil raced against J.P. Morgan, the other multimillionaire. Now, this ship beat J.P. Morgan's ship. Is called the Cursor. Now, J.P. Morgan's ship was smaller and slower, but when he sold it for $225,000 to the United States Navy. Yet the UNIA was able to purchase the Kanawha, a better yacht, for only $60,000 and refitted it for $25,000 with the home away from home luxuries. Next ship.
Next ship. I don't know if I got that one up, but that would be the Booker T. Washington one.
Yeah. There was another ship, the SS Orion, a captured German vessel that was rechristened the Phyllis Wheatley, a famous African-American poetess. You know her. It could carry 4,500 tons of cargo and 2,000 people at the same time. That's not put up there. It costs us, I'm sorry, John.
Is it this one without?
Yeah.
The name on it?
It costs us $250,000. The Black Star Line was now threatening white-owned companies like the White Star Line, that once owned the ill-fated Titanic. We were threatening the Red Star Line and the Green Star Line. It threatened businesses like the United Fruit Company that had a stronghold over the import of goods from Africa and the Caribbean to Liverpool, England. We raised about $900,000 in the sale of stock. I won't go into all that the government did to undermine us, to aid the United Fruit Company and our competition at this time, but they came after us, brothers and sisters, because the UNIA did a test. They took one of the ships to, I think it was Cuba. And while it was in Cuba, when your ships come into the port, they come in order. First, second, third, and then the people on the dock will take your ship according to the time frame that you came in. And then they would unload it and load it, and then they take the next ship, unload it and load it. But most of the men who worked on the dock were Black. So when the SS Yarmouth showed up, they told all the other ships, y'all just stand down. Hey, SS Yarmouth, come on and get your business in. And we were able to bring our ship in. And not only that, we were met by the president of Cuba. I mean, they just love seeing Black people owning their own ships because, they only saw the owners being white. And so we were a sight for sore eyes. Let's pause there to entertain any comments or questions, unless there was something that you or our Minister of Labor and Industry had to say, Brother John.
No, just a heads up from a program standpoint. The next thing we were going to look at is the crew of the Black Star Line, and Black Star Line steamships. But any questions so far?
Just that it would be amazing if we come up with our own steamships again, as well as aviation, commercial airplane, because right now it's, you know, pretty jacked up flying to Africa. You got to fly to Europe first, and there's just a whole mess of nonsense. We need to be taking airplanes anywhere in the world, including the Caribbean. And, you know, we should be big on ship and big on airplane. And it just shows that even though it failed, it just shows us that we can do it. Race first.
Yes. Yep. Both modes of travel. Brother Shaka.
Yeah. Two things. One is that we won't get steamships again. That's an era that's come and gone. You sisters that will reactivate the African Motor Corps, y'all ought to really look into that once we start building businesses, because the automobiles that we drove in the 1920s, the African Motor Corps prepared those and repaired those and could fix those, and they'll be the ones that could fix the ships and the planes and all of that. So yeah, that's doable, and the sisters will play a key role in that. Did you want to say something, dear?
I said Clyde.
Oh yeah, not only my wife said, and fly the ships. I mean, fly the planes. So steer them ships and fly them planes. That's right.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment if possible.
Sure.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that, yeah, we did have planes. We had an aeronautical division of the UNIA previously on the Black Eagle Flying Corps. And one of the members of the Corps was Bessie Coleman. Anyway, that's another thing. But I was also looking at the Black Star Line, you know, the fact that one of the incorporators was a sister, Janie Jenkins, who was, you know, she was a bit of a, well, she wasn't that much of an elder, but she was elderly. You know, she died shortly afterwards, but she was a very active early member of the UNIA who, you know, played important roles. And, you know, all along the way, you know, Amy Ashwood was, you know, one of the vice presidents of the Black Star Line. Henrietta Davis was director of the Black Cross Navigation and Trading Company that brought in the SS Wessels, aka the, you know, later pre-Christian, the Booker T. So there were women who were managing, you know, these multi-million-dollar budgets, you know, running the businesses right alongside the brothers. So, you know, we always talk about Madam C.J. Walker and all these other women who did great things back at that time. But the Garvey movement placed women in positions of significant financial control and power also, and you know, should be credited, you know, for such. Also, you know, one thing always when I look at George Tobias, it reminds me of that mockumentary that Bobby Hill put together, the Look for Me in the Whirlwind, sponsored by PBS, aka Pure BS, and he talked about George Tobias in the film is not having proper experience to be treasurer of the Black Star Line, and he, you know, mentioned that he was only working as a bookkeeper at a train yard, et cetera, et cetera. But he didn't mention all the other people who were on the board of directors of the Black Star Line. And you know, one in particular, you know, how I studied was an attorney who was also an accountant and used to teach at Howard University's business school. He was a lieutenant in the military. He used to run a $6 million budget for the U.S. government, in part of the 92nd Division when he was in the military. But, you know, he was the businessman of businessmen. You know, he was as sharp as he could be. And, you know, so anyway, he was one of the members of the board of directors. He used to train a lot of the officers on how to properly, you know, handle the, you know, the business, you know, in the office. You know, he was a bookkeeper, secretary, you know, director of the Black Star Line, et cetera. But trained a lot of the personnel. So, I mean, you know, of course, Amy Jakes also later came in with her legal training and helped train officers. So when that impression is out there that somehow we were a bunch of bumbling idiots and we didn't know what we were doing, and we were taking on something way over our head, and nobody knew anything. You know, that's just totally untrue, based on a bunch of ridiculous, uncorroborated stories and you know, crap that people just assumed. You know, so you know, I take pride that, you know, Mr. Garvey wasn't only looking for people who was loyal but not qualified, like that mockumentary said, but that we were, you know, producing some great enterprises. And the fact that the government spent countless millions of dollars trying to sabotage and destroy the shipping line, and yet it still stayed afloat as long as it did, is in and of itself, like my brother's name, a miracle. And so, you know, we should be proud and take pride in that. And yeah, definitely need to think about, you know, starting. You know, I've been thinking about for years having, you know, getting a private cruise line to, you know, allow us to, you know, do some parties on the riverfronts or wherever, and have a Black Star Line cruise down the Hudson or, you know, down the Mississippi or wherever, and start the excitement till we're able to purchase our own ship and, you know, do some things with it, you know, get some captains together. But yeah, I definitely think the maritime industry is something we shouldn't neglect.
A cruise ship to Africa, all over the continent. Cruise ship.
I'm with it.
Thank you,
I'll be first to buy the ticket.
Now,
this is Brother Charles. I just wanted to interject that, you know, there's a great movement in the Black community for reparations. And a part of that reparations could be to restore us back to the level we were before the attack on the UNIA and Black people in particular. And that could include giving us more ships that are seaworthy, like the ones we had, not steamships, but current ships, because the United States has more ships than it can use. And we should look at being restored with ships and planes as a part of our reparations. So I just want to make that comment.
I second the motion.
all right. Thank you,
Heard the motion.
Sir.
Brother Charles Butler is one of our distinguished leaders in the UNIA. He served as the third assistant president general. He works with a queen. I don't know if she's on with him, but she's a strong warrior woman, warrior wife. And so we appreciate him, and I'm glad to see that you have come on. One thing I want to correct, when you use the word failure, let's be clear, and I'll repeat what my opening statement after the reading was: the management team headed by Honorable Marcus Garvey kept the books and records, and there was no discrepancies in the Black Star Line's management that proved Black people could do international trade and travel through business of this nature. So what happened was, of course, that they, with the help of the United States government, set out to destroy the Black Star Line. We had ships and the engineers tampered with the boilers and caused damage. I mean, all of this, the objective was to destroy the Black Star Line. But as Morima said, we were so successful that in spite of the millions that they were pouring into destroying, I mean, can you imagine $5 million? You try to do something and somebody spent $5 million to prevent you from doing it and see what happens. And so we didn't fail. We were attacked and they tried to destroy us. But you know what? Not just the Black Star Line, the UNIA period. But guess what? We're still alive. So that's what they got to do. The white man feels as though if the Black man rises, he falls. So that's what he's got to do. he ain't gonna go easy. He ain't gonna lay down and just die. And so he has to push back. That's what he's got to do. Now, we just keep doing what we're doing. That's why we're having this lesson, and we're so thankful again to Brother John Hargrove for putting this beautiful and sharing these beautiful pictures about the history of the Black Star Line Steamship Corporation. If there are no more comments or questions on this particular segment of the Black Star Line, we'll move on. If there are, we'll entertain those.
No, I don't see any hands. I will proceed.
I just wanted to quickly add that the reason we had the airlines was because the World War I pilots that came home and had very little jobs to go to decided to become members, and they created the airline from those pilots that came from the war. So I just wanted to add that in so the folks know.
Good information.
And with that, I think that's a great segue to our next slide, which talks about the staff and the crew.
Oh yeah, okay, great. Yeah, we hadn't seen that picture. Did you want to say something about it, Brother John?
I was really just gonna read the bottom and kind of throw it to you for elaboration. We talked, I mean, when we were planning, we had talked about kind of the expertise required to be a captain. We were even looking at, you talked about the speed of a boat being in knots. I don't know how much detail we wanted to bring, but I did want to show this picture, as it says on the bottom, Captain Joshua Cockburn serving weather conditions before a voyage from Cuba with the all-black crew of the Black Star Line's SS Yarmouth in 1920. Brother Shaka.
Yes, to our sister Marshall, when we redeveloped our shipping line, and Brother Charles, when they decided to give us reparations and in the form of ships, we're going to need those men and women who can man those ships. It's going to be so important that in our divisions that we begin to develop the different departments. We have to have the Universal African Legions that can train the African Motor Corps, even though, you know, you got some sisters in the military that are generals, okay? So it won't be always necessary that men have to train women to be soldiers. But we're going to need those who can train the captains of ships, who can train those who will be a part of our Navy. Because remember, that's the question that the Honorable Marcus Garvey asked originally. Where is the black man's army? Where is his Navy? And he said, I could not find them. And then I declared, I will help to make them. So John Hargrove is saying, I will help to make them. Clyde Banks is saying, I will help to make them. So all the things that we need in the UNIA for our race, we have to declare that we will have to make them. So if we are going to make them, we're going to need the help. We're going to need educational institutions that have both a racial component as well as a technical component. And we can do that. And so we're just looking at pictures of old to get an idea of what we're going to have in the future. Take a look at your future, brothers and sisters. There they are, the captain and the crew. All right, next image.
Next image would be, we touched on it. Our pilots. This image of Hubert Julian. At the time, he was head of UNIA Black Eagle Flying Corps. And as you see, the name on there, Abyssinia, Emperor Haile Selassie, King of Kings.
And so somebody had mentioned the smaller planes that you can buy. where you can take little flights. But I think you can also get your license by going to some of these smaller airports so that we can get trained into how to fly. The last time I checked for a ship captain's license, I think it was about $5,000. So, you know, all in all. So we have to get to the point that the vehicles and the transportation that we're going to need, we're not sitting on the back of anybody's bus anymore. So all that we're going to need, we're going to have to develop for ourselves. What's the next picture?
Absolutely. So that takes care of, that would close out our Black Star Line section. And that would open up Negro Factories Corporation discussion. First slide that we have are just a couple flyers promoting the Negro Factories Corporation. I'll read the one on the left. At last, the day has come. Negro money, Negro brains, Negro energy must rule the world. Mr. Black Man, what are you doing to ensure a brighter future for the race? Are you investing your money wisely as to turn over profits for your and your children and posterity? Now is the chance for you to do something real. Invest some of the money you have in the bank at home, in your pockets, into the Negro Factories Corporation. This corporation is to build factories all over the United States, Canada, West Indies, South and Central America, and Africa. This corporation is organized under the state laws of Delaware and capitalized at $1 million. You may buy as many shares as you would desire at $5 each. Negro Factories Corporation will offer employment for thousands of Negroes. The factories will manufacture goods of all kinds to be sold in America, in American markets, and shipped by the Black Star Line steamship to foreign countries. Buy your shares today, make money, and put up a factory in your neighborhood to be owned and controlled by the race. Negro Factories Corporation.
John, one of the things that we need to keep in mind was that the Universal Negro Improvement Association wanted our people to spend their money with the Universal Negro Improvement Association. We had everything. You didn't have to go outside of the UNIA and spend your money for a newspaper. That made people jealous because people stopped reading them garbage magazines that always put us down and started reading the Negro World newspaper, which had almost the largest circulation of any Black newspaper in the country. In fact, when they tried to ban the Negro World, we started smuggling it. We the first smugglers. We smuggled the Negro World into Africa, South and Central America, because they didn't want the Alma Marcus Garvey's message on that front page to be read by our people. So he says the idea is that every penny or every dollar you spend with the Universal Negro Improvement Association helps to strengthen the financial standing of the race. You don't get, you're not going to contribute to the financial standing of the race by spending your money with somebody else, even if it's somebody Black. You spend your money with somebody Black, they ain't taking it to a Black bank. They're not bringing it back into the community. You spend it with them, it goes outside of the community, either through a white bank or some other means. So the UNIA has got to build up businesses, and so many of them, that we give our people options. You tell people, look, spend your money with Black people, but what do you do when you have to buy a car? What do you do when you have to buy gasoline? What do you do when you have to go and get groceries? I want to take my wife to dinner. Where do I go? if there are no Black businesses that I can, or restaurants I can take her to, and no dealerships I can buy the car from, or no gas stations we can gas our car up in. So if we don't have those things, then we naturally have to spend our money on the outside. And so we understand that to such an extent that we promote the idea of establishing these businesses. We'll never divert from the idea of building businesses because our people aren't poor. Our people are poorly organized. That's why the Arab comes into our community. That's why the Chinese comes into our community selling Chinese food. That's why the Vietnamese come into our community doing our nails, because they know we're not poor. We're just poorly organized. We driving everybody else's car and everybody else, we eating everybody's food. We're wearing everybody else's clothes because we don't have those businesses like we should have. And we've got to believe and understand that if we don't figure out a means whereby we can be self-reliant, where we can be independent of these other people, then they will always be pulling us along by our nose into the direction that they want us to go. We'll never be able to have one aim and one destiny, let alone one God. And so it's important that we build these businesses. So the sister Reveille, who said, hey, I'm thinking about business. I got a business. I want to come and talk to y'all. Fine. Brother Ty, who said, hey, I got a business. I'm into this and that. I want to come and talk to y'all. Fine. It's that time. And that's why we're having this conference to discuss the economics of the UNIA. And so let me stop there.
Thank you, Brother Shaka. Yes, right on time, right, perfect. As others have already mentioned, there are ideas, and that's what this discussion was brought together, was to promote these ideas. I'll give you all a heads up. This is just part one. There will be more discussions. There will be future discussions, more details on things that we can implement today. But again, we felt the best foundation is to look at the history and learn, how Mr. Garvin and UNIA were successful in the past, and how we can bring those lessons in modern times so that we can be successful not only for today, but as this flyer says, for you and your children and posterity. So for several generations to come. Next slide is following up on the Negro Factories Corporation. And it lists some of our businesses. So we had 3 grocery stores, restaurants, printing house, Universal Mart Industry. I'm not sure exactly what.
Now, this is just in Harlem. Continue.
Okay, thank you for that. Black Dolls Factory, which we all should be aware of and know. Booker T. Washington University and Phyllis Wheatley Hotel, very famous. UNIA head office located 56 West 135th Street. And then the Black Star Line Association, Black Star Line head office 54 West 135th Street. So 2, looks right next door.
Let me say something about that Black baby doll. It's important that our children are given, if the girls play with dolls, the boys play with soldiers, they should be Black. They did a study once where they had these Black baby dolls and these white baby dolls that they gave to these children. They asked them to choose the one that they wanted, the one that was good, the one that was pretty. And our children were choosing the white baby dolls. So that wasn't that long ago. And chances are, unfortunately, you could do that today, have that experiment today. and find our children choosing white dolls. So we knew how important it was to put Black baby dolls in the hands of our children. So we took over a company to manufacture on a mass scale Black baby dolls. We're the first to do that on a mass scale. I mentioned before in the African Communities League, the restaurant, I mean, what we do in restaurants, we provide the finest meals. If you wanted to drink, the finest drinks. When you went to our grocery store, we had a butcher. A lot of grocery stores didn't have a butcher. You could go to some of these stores today in our hood that sell meat, but they don't have a butcher. It's already packaged up and the red dye is on there, so it's looking nice and fresh, but there's no butcher. So the UNIA had a butcher in one of its grocery stores in New York, and people came there. See, when you got the best of anything, everybody shows up. Now the white racist, he'll kill himself before he accept that you can do something better than him. But the average person that just wants to save $1 or $2, yeah, they would come and shop with the UNIA and shop inside of our businesses. We were in business, and we got to get back into business. That's why I'm so excited, because I think we're on our way. Once I heard Reveille, I'm like, hey, and I heard Ty and I heard Clyde tell you, hey, call me if that's something you want to talk about. I think we're going to start calling our presidents and having some sit downs about how to make some money.
Yes, sir. Brother James, I see you got your hand up. Brother James?
Yeah, I'm right here. I was trying to find the mute button. Yeah, Brother James, you all don't know, Division 421, you coordinator. I had more of a question based off something that I'm noticing, and this is more, I guess, contemporary, but it seems to be like a disconnect with what we like to see accomplished and the preparation of the youth. And what I wanted to know is, do we have any type of program in place where we're able to offer incentives and or rewards to our youth who are pursuing degrees or careers in the critical areas that are needed for the race? Like we were just talking about the ship captains, conductors, pilots, etc.
Well, I mean, Brother John, I mean, we've talked briefly about this idea. Every division can have a juvenile department. I mean, we're supposed to bring, according to Dama Marcus Garvey's teachings, bring them in 6 months. Bring the babies in 6 months. Malcolm X, Al-Hajj Malik El-Shabazz, said that he said, I think my father must have loved me best because it was only me who he used to take to the UNIA meetings. He wasn't a teenager, he was a little boy. So we got to get to the point, Brother James, where we're bringing these young people into the UNIA. Now, how do you bring in the young people? How do you bring in the babies, the toddlers, the preschoolers? You have to bring in mom. You have to bring in dad. They got the babies. We don't have the babies. If you don't have the moms and the dads, you could have somebody bring some babies to you today, and by the end of the week, somebody undid everything that you put into the babies, everything you taught them. And so you have to have the parents. So maybe that's got to be the drive when your outreach member sits down, or your recruiting member or your membership member of your division sits down, and help them work out a strategy to bring in the babies, because they will tell you what they want. They will tell you what they need, because it's, you know, sometimes it's like, let's find out what they need, give them what they need, then they'll stick around. But if we're gonna just try to dictate to them what we think they need and don't supply some of the needs that they tell us that they desire and that they want, then they won't let us lead them. We already have a gap that exists between the elders and the youth. Their music, we don't like it. Their dress, we don't like it. And ours, you know, we used to listen to some garbage music. We used to dress crazy and inappropriately. And so our young people, if we want to close that gap and so we can lead them, let's connect with them in a positive way and let them know we love them and we care about them. The Honorable Marcus Garvey had even suggested in one of the classes that Brother John taught in the course of African philosophy to give candies out in the neighborhood. You know, maybe we don't do the candy so much because there's all the sugar in it, but maybe apples or maybe fruit, or be the watermelon man. You know, got some children, chop up about 2-3 watermelons and give them watermelons. I gave some watermelons to some children one day. They had never eaten watermelon like that. The only watermelon they were accustomed to was the one that came in a little plastic package already cut up into little squares. But when I gave them the watermelon they could hold in their hand, and they bit down in it, and they got these seeds in their mouth, they didn't know what to do, but they were loving it. So I'm just saying, in short, let's develop a strategy on how we're going to get our youth and give them what they want and what they need.
Yes. Thank you, Brother Shaka. Brother James, let me take a shot at that. Because I heard what you said. You use a key word, incentives. What are the incentives? And I think one, we have to answer that question locally. And I recommend amongst our division that we can approve some form of an incentive process. I like the idea, you know, I think you mentioned some form of a scholarship. So if our youth are pursuing the things that we've discussed, we've promoted, we should show some form of encouragement through some form of support, which could be financial support. So we should always first think locally, think self-reliance, think how we can do it, and set the example. Secondary, as we've been discussing, high executive council. I'd like for us to be able to sponsor some form of a proposal that we can bring to the body at large to recommend that type of program, to say, hey, you know, we know that our youth are pursuing, you know, engineering or piloting, you know, maritime careers, and these are beneficial towards our nation building goals. Is there any way that the UNIA as a whole can provide some support for that education? So I would look at those two things. One, locally, what we can do locally, what we can agree upon locally to support our youth, and developing a proposal that we can bring to HEC for the national body. Brother James, you good?
Yeah, I was gonna say thank you, President Shaka, and thank you, Brother President John, for that information. And I'm all for that. Thank you. Grace first.
Thank you, brother. Excellent job. Please continue to work. Brother Brooks.
The other thing is, if we go to the colleges and universities and let them know that the UNIA is alive and well, and on a regular basis interface with the students, there may be an opportunity to find out what type of instruction is going on that we want to know more about. What students are doing things that we want to interface with them, to let them know that once they complete their degree, we may have something for them. As a matter of fact, as they go through the process, come to the UNIA meeting and share what you're learning. You know, we're interested in whatever you're doing. You go inside of a university and you sit there for months and months, weeks and weeks, and you learn something, bring it back to your community. We can create a forum that allows you to share that information. You know, I mean, if you're sitting in the classroom, you're taking notes and you're studying, you're making good grades and whatnot, bring that knowledge back to the community, and we'll create a format for you to be able to speak on what you're learning. We love knowledge and wisdom and understanding. So if they have it, bring them to the UNIA, let them share it. And maybe out of doing that, they might say, hey, I like being here. Y'all let me share my information. If I need some help, y'all help, because, you know, a dad ain't there. So, you know, big brother, y'all being a big brother to me, I appreciate that. Or young sister says, hey, you know, a dad ain't there. Y'all being a pops for me, fine. And when they get ready to graduate, they make sure you get one of them tickets to attend.
Sure. Thank you, Brother Shaka. Brother Brooks has been patient. He's had his hand up.
Yes. Here's a question that was slightly alluded to, or a point that was slightly alluded to, and it ends in a question ultimately here. President Shaka said that when he was young, or when y'all were young, I guess it applies to me too, played wild music, wore wild clothes, etc., etc. Basically, what he's saying is, you all and I were conditioned by a major source in our living environment, and that's the media. Now, unfortunately, the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey did not live in a day. I'm sure radio was there. Yeah, I think radio was there, but there definitely was no TV. TV came in the 1930s. Newspapers were there, but, you know, everybody, I mean, black people read a lot of newspapers and all of that too. But I think that the extent to which, and the advancement of subliminal techniques and powers that are incorporated into images in today's newspapers, which are becoming less and less in print, but are digital, that capability just was not there because it was not understood. So I guess the question is this: having no guidance on what to do about the power of the media, what is going to be the UNIA's and its companion organization? What is going to be your thrust? What is going to be your approach to addressing that issue? It is one of the most destructive things that's happening to us. We learn the babies, talking about the babies, you know, and their conditioning. Why they want the white doll? Because that's what they see on television, even before they can talk. Everything on television is made to look better for those people than for our people. And in our homes, unfortunately, too many of our families have that television on, you know, 24/7. So how are you all going to address that, since there's no guidance on that from the history?
Well, there's a word called propaganda, and it does more to destroy a people than bombs and guns and tanks and planes. And if the other fellow who wants to sell you, persuade you, encourage you, uses their propaganda to do that, and they're successful at it, then you have to come up with your own media, or if you will, your own propaganda. You have to be able to share with your people the information that they need so they can make the right decisions. I believe that if people know better, they'll do better. So back in the day, we had the Negro World. We had the daily, weekly papers. We had the presentations by the Honorable Marcus Garvey and other orators and speakers. We had mass meetings every week, and sometimes 2 and 3 times a week we were gathering in our communities. We had men and women on the street educating the people, being among the people, working with the people, recruiting the people. So the mass movement was actually that. It was massive in everything that we did so that we could help the people and guide the people in the direction that they needed to go. So, Brother Brooks, I'm thinking that's what we're going to need again. We're going to need our, media that serves us and serves our interests. So, for example, for another example, if we wanted to have a program and we wanted to invite a large number of people, you could call it a social, call it a party if you would. Then how do you do that? You advertise, you promote, and you have those who, will access the media, press releases, et cetera, et cetera. So we know how to do all of that. Our problem is that we need to get off of square one and believe that we can rebuild. But as you said, when you opened up earlier, the education is the key piece, because it's a matter of rebuild what? If we don't know about the shipping line, now it doesn't have to be ships, but it could be some kind of transportation business. I mean, we could have been Uber, we could have been Lyft, we could have been ABC Cab. We could be anything that we want to be. And so that's where we have to get back to. And it means that you have to have people. A mass movement means there's masses of people. And so if you and I are not ready to go and get the masses, to go and recruit, to build up our division, Brother Hargrove, he doesn't want to walk away from a conference like this and then just go somewhere and go to sleep. He wants us to gain something, and Brother Clyde as well, gain something from this information that we can use to build our divisions. Because everything that we need to build our race, our people have it. We've got the doctors and the lawyers and the dentists and the engineers and the mathematicians. And we got everything that we need, but we're separated from each other. We got a continent, the richest continent on earth. And though the white man has went and mined and stole a lot of stuff from the continent of Africa, he didn't get it all. And now you got people like Abraham Traore over there in Burkina Faso, who just kicked out the French and is saying these minerals that we have, this gold and so forth that we have here, we're going to use it for our people. And Chad said the same thing, and Niger saying the same thing. And they're also saying to the African diaspora, get yourself together. We need your interaction in what it is that we're trying to do. So everybody can benefit from the African mind that is developed, that is seeking to improve. And so if we just keep organizing and developing our divisions, then we'll have the numbers that we need. And then you elders, you go after somebody a little bit younger than you, and then they will go after somebody a little bit younger than them, and we'll get all the different levels, the hierarchy of our race, elders all the way down to the babies. And they'll be coming to our meetings, and we'll be involving them. You don't need to have an elder always up talking about what it is that we did and what it is we want to do. but to get them young people that's involved, because they have the courage. They'll go in the street. They'll go anywhere you send them. They can't figure out how to get out of this dope game by themselves. They can't figure out how to put that gun down by themselves. They don't understand how they got in that mess. But we understand, and we can show them how to get out of a lot of things that are leading to early graves and into prison. But if we don't make an effort to reach them, and I won't say if we don't, I know we will. We have to. I'll stop there. We have to get our.
Well, you know, I it all sounds good, but you know, to me, a major point is being missed. And I've spent years, I'm talking about decades, having been in media, well, been associated with media and actually working in broadcasting in my young years. Bottom line is this: what I know is that media as we know it, whether it be radio or television or the internet or magazines or movies, what podcasts, all of it is designed against us, making us consumers, and that's our worst position. And not only that, steering us toward behaviors that are really alien to us as a people. Bottom line is, you have to turn this thing off. You have to turn it off. You got to.
Here's the thing that's missing.
Yeah.
Whatever they're doing to us, it ain't permanent.
Well, we have to stop it.
Permanent. And the reason we must say it is not permanent is that we have the intention of changing our people. We have the formula that produced the first and largest mass movement, and we're not throwing any of the ingredients away. We're going to test it to see if we can do it again. But we can't test it to see if we can do it again unless we understand it. That's why we have worked so hard and are working hard. And we ain't through yet. Brother Hargrove just said a few minutes ago, this is part one to the economic program. You've learned everything that you need to know today. We have to continue to do this. And he's not stopping with just this year. We're looking at ways that we can develop strategies on how to do all the things that need to be done. Because when we think in terms of the survival of our people, we think that ultimately they must have an empire, second to none in the world. They must have all the things that all the other races have. And since we know how that was done, we know enough about all the other people. We don't just study Black history, we study the history of all mankind. And because we know what they have done to get where they are, we will do similar things to get to where we want to go. And so whatever the situation is, it is not hopeless. We must never think in terms of our condition as being permanent or hopeless and so forth and so on. We just got to work it out. We got to sit down and just develop the strategy on how we're going to get there together.
Well, that's what I was trying to contribute to by saying, in my view, in my study and the work of the long-term strategic plan panel, which I hope you all will read or take a look at, is that one of the first things we need to do is kind of distance ourselves from these people. And I want to tell you, back in the 1920s, 30s, and so on, certain religious denominations, which were of the more strict or conservative variety, they mandated you don't bring that thing, by the time we got to the 1950s, don't bring that thing into your house, because they knew that it was the devil. They knew that it was a controlling device. And to me, for the UNIA to be successful, in my limited view, I'm just going to argue that one of the first orders of action needs to be telling Black people, separate as much as you can, number one, and number two, kick that thing out of your house. Kick it out. And I think with the time saved and the time made available and not occupying your mind with that nonsense, you will have more energy, more time, more motivation to do things on the order of what you're talking about that the UNI wants to do.
Well, let me end with this. Great ideas are welcome inside the UNIA. Great ideas are welcome inside the UNIA. People with great ideas are welcome. We want them to come in and share their ideas. We're not trying to join other organizations. We're not interested in joining other organizations. We are a part of the greatest movement that has ever existed on earth. And therefore, we want to do what President Hargrove is directing us to do, Brother Clyde is directing us to do, and that is understand it. Because we know that there are people walking around who want to help our people that have no idea as to what has already happened. They have no idea as to how this mass movement was built. They have no idea what the Honorable Marcus Garvey went through and what our people went through. They have no idea why the Moorish Science Temple of America exists and is strong today. And they say Marcus Garvey. They have no idea why Ghana exists. But the first president of Ghana said it was Marcus Garvey. They have no idea why Nigeria is as strong as it is today. But Nnamdi Azikiwe, the first president of Nigeria, knew it was Marcus Garvey. So those of us who are in the UNIA, we're not looking outside for anything until we really understand what's going on in our house. And so we thank Brother Hargrove for helping us understand how did this movement get built? Because we are of the belief that if government it was good enough for other people, if it was good enough for the Chinese, or if Ho Chi Minh could take a little bit of Garveyism of the UNIA and defeat America in Vietnam, then we ain't turning this loose for anything that anybody else has. But we realize there's a challenge, and we're not trying to overlook it. The challenge is study. The challenge is understanding the life and works of the Honorable Marcus Garvey. So what does Hargrove do? Take a look at this. He tells the members, read Race First. Here's an attempt, a humble attempt to give us the ideological and organizational struggles of Marcus Garvey and the Universal Negro Improvement Association. If we haven't read that, if our leaders haven't read that, they are lost. Here's a book, my book. It's kind of worn. It's the Philosophy and Opinions of the Honorable Marcus Garvey. If leaders haven't read that, they have nothing to talk to us about because we're going to be wasting time. Time is so crucial. I'm an elder. Time is so crucial that we got to spend as much time and energy as we possibly can understanding how this great movement was built so that we can rebuild it. Anything other than that is a distraction. Mortimer said yesterday, he said what Frederick Douglass had once said. What did he say, Mortimer? I'll tell you. He said the UNIA is the ship and everything else is the ocean. We're going to ride this ship of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League until it produces the results that we want. But now, brothers and sisters, hear Brother Brooks now. We ain't going to talk our way through this thing. We got to organize. The greatest weapon used against us is disorganization. How you going to have the richest continent on earth and you're so disorganized you can't tap into the resources and control it? How you going to have 1.6 billion people walking this earth and yet you don't have a program to organize them? So when we leave these conferences that are being organized, we will be learning more and more about how to get the job done. And we invite everybody to help us get through this. I'm gonna stop there, Brother John, and let you continue to lead us.
Yes, thank you, Brother Shaka. Thank you, Brother Brooks. I do see we have some members with their hands up. Do want to be fair. Sister Lorraine, you had your hand up. Sister Laureen, you there? Okay. Lady President, Sister Ra Ebony, you got your hand up.
Greetings, family. Greetings, everyone. Lady President, Sister Ra Ebony, Division 421. I have a question for the Honorable Shaka Barak. Brother Barak, I have a question. You were mentioning that we as leaders, we supposed to read, the message of the message to the people, course of African philosophy, and all of the literature that the Right Excellent Marcus Mosiah Garvey left for us to organize with and lead our people with. My question is, what do we do to the people who we have? The people who we have already in place who supposedly read those literatures, but don't live by the words that Marcus Garvey left for us. What do we do with the leaders who read the word, but they don't walk it? How do we bridge that gap and get our people to walk the walk, even though we're walking the walk and we are living as Garvey personified, but we do have leaders among us throughout the world who know Garvey but aren't able to, walk in his steps fully. As leaders, as active leaders who walk in there, how do we, engage our active brothers and sisters to, be more active in the word, even though they know it?
Thank you, Sister Ashley, 421. Let me answer you in this manner. All of us are students. None of us have mastered this material. None have mastered all the teachings of the Honorable Marcus Garvey. And I can say that because I listen carefully to what people have said and are saying. If the Honorable Marcus Garvey in the course of African philosophy said, read 4 hours a day, you can trust very few people are reading 4 hours a day. You can also understand that you could read the teachings of the Honorable Marcus Garvey all your life and not read it all. You're not going to get it all. So what happens is, when you have a division and you have officers that have been elected, appointed, or whatever to serve, we have to figure out how to help them. Not condemn any leaders, but how to help them do what it is that they want to do. If they want to build membership in their division, then we say, how can I help? And hopefully they have a strategy on how that can be done. They may say, in your network, can you move among the people and bring 20 people to the meetings of the UNIA? Can you chair a committee? In other words, the leadership needs workers, needs people who are willing to reach out to the people and be obedient, to be regular, that shows up at every meeting, that is punctual, that shows up on time for every meeting. Leaders need people who really want to be leaders, and they demonstrate that because they do what they're supposed to do. Now, on the other hand, Sister Ashley, if we have people who are not doing what they're supposed to do, they're late, they're not regular. One week they're at the meeting, next week they're not at the meeting. If we have those who don't pay their dues. Now, I'm getting a little far from the path that we're on because I'm kind of discussing business. And I don't want to go too deep into UNIA business on this mass meeting, but I did need to say, at a minimum, first, unto thyself be true. Then, as night follows day, thou cannot be false to any man or woman. First, to thyself be true. Am I the best that I can be? Am I always punctual? Do I always pay my dues? Do I always ask, can I be of some kind of help? Do I always read and to understand more and more about the teachings of the Honorable Marcus Garvey and the principles of the UNIA? Do I ask for a session with my president so we can sit down and go through the Constitution of the UNIA? Am I the one who shows up first, go in my pocket first? Because at some point in time, you will become a leader. And then those mistakes that you saw others make, you won't make them. And those things that you learn how to do well in support of a leader, you'll look for your team that you can say, you know, walk with me. I need you to walk with me. I need you to be on time. I need you to be regular. I need you to take care of your dues. I need you to be here when we have this meeting. I need you. I need you. And then they will say, okay, because to be a good leader, you must first be what?
A good follower.
A good follower.
A good listener.
We need followers. We need those who are willing to get behind us and support us by doing their part, not the leader's part. Don't try to be a leader. Boy, if you only knew the headaches that you have being a leader, being the president general, being the president of a division, if you only knew. But you can be supportive, you can be helpful. And then if it falls on you, if the burden falls on you, that you have to make a commitment, that you have to give up your work on your plantation, if you have to, make sacrifices, then you're willing to make those sacrifices because it's your turn. It has fallen upon you. And sometimes a person can be the president of a division, but the first vice president works harder than them. They can be the president of a division, but the lady president works harder than them. So just because a leader might not be working as hard as we would like them to, that doesn't prevent us from working as hard as we possibly can. And so let's first unto ourselves be true. Be honest with ourselves. Are we giving 100%? Are we 75%? Are we 50%? Somebody that the leader says every week, I can depend on this person. I know I can trust this person. I know if I give them an assignment or they accept an assignment, that assignment will get done. Or do they have to guess at what we do and what we will do and what we will achieve because we haven't proven ourselves to our leaders? Let's prove ourselves that we are genuine, that we are willing and able to support them, and then check them to see if with the support that we give them, do they go and get the job done? You say, hey, I need $1,000. President said, I need $1,000. I need $1,000 from everybody. I need $10,000. And we need it quick for the UNIA, not for them personal. We need it quick. What are you willing to do? Are you willing to go to the bank and get that money? Are you willing to sell cookies and cakes and chicken sandwiches to get that money? Are you willing to go and in the community and ask the people for this cause that you believe in, for this leader that you believe in? Well, if you are, then it will soon transform the leader into one who says, like the Honorable Marcus Garvey, whatever the mind can conceive and believe
and achieve.
It can achieve. He said, mind creates. And whatever we desire in nature, we can have through the creation of our own minds. So if something is happening and you want something more to happen, create it. If there's something that's not happening and you want something to happen, create it. So nobody's going to stand in the way of a person whose ambition says, I want to improve the quality of what's going on in my division. I want to bring more people in. They're going to go to work and they're going to let you go to work because you want to help and you want to improve. We are the Universal Negro Improvement Association. So find out what's really in you. Have a talk with yourself one day. Everybody, I'm talking to everybody, not you, just you, Sister Ashley. Look in the mirror and ask yourself, am I happy with the person I see in the mirror? Do I like this person I see in the mirror? If I go before the people in the community, what will be my receptivity? Do I look like the beggar? Do I look like a person who is not, if they gave me $20, I wouldn't know what to do with it? You know, I'd spend it on myself, on some drink, on some weed? Or do I look like I don't really need that money, but I'm asking for the cause? We're not begging for ourselves. We're asking for the UNIA. And the people, if they believe in you, they'll support you. So let's all look at ourselves and measure our own abilities, our own interests, our own willingness to improve the conditions of our people and ourselves. So get whatever you need. You want more education? If you need more education, you got high school and you over 40, that's all you got is high school. Think about that. You know, you have some limitation. You're not saving enough money. Think about that. You drinking, you know, getting drunk. Think about that. You smoking weed, you know, dropping pills. I mean, think about that. Those of us who are doing things that are harmful to ourselves, think about that. You can't walk around this planet thinking about we're going to lead somebody and take somebody somewhere, or even have a complaint if we're not doing the things that we need to do for self, for us, our own selves. And I'll stop there, Brother John.
Thank you, Brother Shaka. Lady President, you still had your hand up. Did you want to respond?
Oh, no, thank you so much, Brother Shaka Barak. Bless
My
you.
pleasure, Sister Ashley.
Thank you.
You the first lady president or you the lady president?
Lady President.
Did you see the movie? Just let me drop this out there, Brother John. You see the movie Woman King?
I did.
Okay. So the system that they had in Dahomey was that there were two rulers. It was a tradition that the woman and the male, the man and woman, would be the rulers of the kingdom. They would work as partners. And that's what you are. You're a partner down in your division. I wish you much success. I believe in the possibilities of men and women working together to produce some of the greatest results that has ever been aspired to by human beings. When the Honorable Marcus Garvey set up the divisions where there would be a male president and a lady president, and then the lady president would have a first vice lady president, a second vice lady president, a third vice lady president. It means anything happened to you, they could stand up and step into your shoes. So make sure you got your team. Make sure you have everything that you need. You got to spend the kind of time that it's going to take to get those things. And when you do, you know, just look over at the other aisle and check him. Does he have his first vice president? I'm talking about, you know, anybody that's got a division. Check to see if you're doing everything that you are supposed to do according to our Constitution. And then we're in a position that we can ask other people, are they doing what they're supposed to do? First unto thyself be true. Thou cannot be false to anybody else. Thank you, Sister Ashley. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Brother Barak. Thank you so much. Race first.
Race first.
Sister Lorraine, you still got your hand up. are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, great. I'm sorry. I was in and out doing some things. I was trying to listen, and some places I could hear, but I'm going back to something that you all were talking about before. I don't know how much of it was addressed already, but this is my take. When we talk about reproducing the factories and different businesses and whatnot, and we're talking about recruiting younger people to come along and join us. I remember a while back in our division, we were having issues and problems with getting young people, well, younger than me, and a lot of us that were there at the time, to join us. And their thing was, okay, we can do this, that, and the other, but what are we going to get out of it? And I see that a lot of young people are, that's their attitude. And I can understand it in this economic climate that we're in, not necessarily what can they get out of it economically or financially, but what can they get out of it to help them to improve their situation, their plight. So we tried, and we are doing it again in our division, to first build up what we are doing or what skills we have in our division. You know, just because you may work at the dry cleaners or something like that may or may not include all of your skills and your abilities. So I'm looking at that. Should first, before we start bringing people in, to make it inviting, and it's not that we can't bring them in. I see the problem is that we cannot get them to stay. And that's in all aspects, in all areas. Now, I know Sister Mary used to talk about the fact that back in the day, a lot of the people were paid, you know, and that makes a big difference. Or if you are volunteering, you are able to barter with other members. And I think that that's something that we need to go back and look at within each of our divisions. Who's doing what? I remember my girlfriend's mother, and I'm not going to be much longer. My girlfriend's mother used to sew, and she would repair or redo clothing for them. Not necessarily, she wasn't into building a whole new dress for her clients, but if her clients had gained some weight and she was able to adjust their outfit, or if they found something at the store and she was able to remake it in a way that they wanted to, and she made a lot of money that way, doing that with people in her church members and things like that. I think we need to start looking at within first to see what we have. Then I think we need to look at those established businesses that are Black that we can support, and we can tell them we're part of the UNIA. If they want to join, they can, but tell them we're going to do something for them in terms of reminding and telling our UNIA members to frequent their establishment, and in turn, they can join us if they want to, but we would suggest strongly that they do. I think, you know, we have to look at a give and take situation. And this is my final statement, my final point. While I was out, I went to this market, and the market was owned by the Indians, East Indians, and they had a product that I hadn't seen anywhere else. And so I was running low on it, so I was going to go there and get it. And then I realized that the front looked different. When I walked in, I realized it's no longer owned by the Indians. And thankfully, it is now owned by Ghanaians. So I went in there and I asked them if they had the black seed honey that I was looking for. And he said, we do. Because I said, you all have taken over the business? And he said, yes. And I said to him, oh. He said, well, we still sell a lot of their products. He said, well, we haven't finished. We just opened up on Thursday, which is, I guess, God sent that I wound up walking in there 2 days later. But anyhow, they had what I wanted. But I said to them, okay, well, I'm going to tell all of my friends, since this is totally Black owned, and I asked him that, and he said, yes. I said, I'm going to tell all of my friends to come out here to support you. So he said, okay, we need all that we can. Now, when I go back in there again, I'm going to emphasize to him some more that, I'm sending people over there. And I think that those are the things that we have to do. We have to seek out, because we may or may not have those people in our division, those Black businesses, and support the Black business. We need to unite on common ground. They may be whatever, but they may not be, and they may never become UNIA members, but they may eventually become UNIA members. But we have to have a give and take situation going. And as they say in IBS, I am complete. One more thing I will say, that someone was talking about educating our youth and in the way we should go. And the whole issue of the competition within the media. 20 years ago, I was complaining and crying, maybe 30 years ago, about that. And Howard University has a media program. I've taken several courses. I didn't get a degree in it, but I've taken several courses. And I'm just saying that those are the things that we need to do in terms of building programming, and going to and programming our agenda through the organizations that still exist. We may be able to only do that for a year or two before the white people say, oh, well, you can't do that anymore. But at least we had that year or two to get that information out. And we'd be surprised how many people that would affect. And now I am complete. I'm sorry it took so long, but those are the things that were going through my mind as I was listening to everyone speak. Thank you.
Brother Shaka, you want to respond?
Yeah, thank you for sharing. I agree.
Oh, by the way, this is Queen Laureen, president of Division 330 in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I agree with everything that you said. When people start off with what they think we need to do, if we think we need to do it, then we need to do it. There's no discussion or debate about something that we need to do. If we need to do something in order to increase our membership, then we need to do that. And so when we have these conversations and somebody says, I think we need to do something, they're probably right. The only thing that I would probably add to things that need to be done is the acquisition of knowledge, so that whatever we do it well, we do it correctly, we do it effectively, we do it in such a way that we get the results that we want to get. Because you know what they say, insanity is doing the same thing over and over, the same way, thinking that we're going to get different results. So when we say we need to do something, prayerfully, it's not to do something that we've been doing that's not giving us the results that we want, but to look into developing new ways to accomplish old goals, new strategies that will help us get what we want. And the UNIA, its primary target is people. It needs people more than anything else. If we were on this planet and the Honorable Marcus Garvey had not been here, it would be a question of where do we find information on the teachings of the Honorable Marcus Garvey? Well, that's not an issue. His teachings are all around us. We have all kinds of sources of his teaching. So now, since we don't need or are not starving for his teachings because we have it, the next thing is the people. Because the knowledge of the teachings of the Honorable Marcus Garvey is not good enough to just keep it to ourselves. We need to pass that knowledge on. We need that word, those two words again. We need to pass that knowledge on to other people. So maybe what we need to do is to have opportunities where we can share the life and works of the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey and the history of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League with people. So we have meetings that we can use. We have conferences, be it telephone or Zoom conferences where we can share the information with people. And so the youth are no different. They're people who need this knowledge that we have. It's not like we got to go and find it. Hold on a minute. Let me go to Africa and find some knowledge that you'll need. No, I can go up on the internet and pull up information on the life and the works of the Honorable Marcus Garvey that will inspire me. I'm picking up stuff all the time. People are sending me things all the time that are inspiring me. I think it will inspire somebody else. He's got so many essays that he's written. Character, he's got God, Man. He's got all kinds of pieces, African fundamentalism. So it ain't a question of the material, but it's the people. And so we have to make sure we got the material, because we don't need to be miseducating, misinforming our people. And we shouldn't have to if we have the material. Sister Reveille says, race first ought to be a requirement inside of the UNIA. Yes, I agree, my sister. I got 2-3 books called Race First by Tony Martin, Philosophy and Opinions. Got 3-4 books, Philosophy and Opinions. I got more Philosophy and Opinions, Volume 3, because the first one is 1 and 2. The third one is Volume 3. Now, I can't be the only one out here with this material. So when I talk to young brothers and sisters or other adults, it's like, hey, do you have this book? Here's a gift. Let's get busy reading and studying the life and the works of the Honorable Marcus Garvey. And maybe that, if you can't convert them, if you can't convince them that as individuals, maybe give them the book. Take them to the book. A lot of people, they don't, like, when you go down the street and you see Jehovah's Witnesses and you see people, religious people, you see the Hebrews, you see other groups, they don't just try to come off the top of their head with everything that they want to share with you that they think will influence you. They take you to some book. They take you to the Bible. They take you to the Quran. They take you to their material so that you can see for yourself. Somebody wiser than them have put something together that they couldn't get themselves together to say what it reads. But if they read it and they know you appreciate it and you made the contact for them of this information, they will come back to you and say, hey man, that book you gave me, That flyer you gave me, or that information that you gave me, that essay that you gave me, man, that was some powerful stuff. You know, how long you been doing this? And, you know, how can I hook up, or where y'all meet at? Now, the UNIA is a meeting organization. We got to have a place to meet so that when somebody says they have an interest in the UNIA, you can't say, well, I'm gonna give you a phone call. I mean, COVID is over to some extent, but it's time now to have our meetings and have the meeting structured so that people can benefit from the meeting, where you can tell them why they're there and what the opportunities are for them. You need, you know, if you got a division and you don't have a lady president, Ashley, if they don't have a lady president, recruit somebody and say, I need a lady president. And then once you recruit them, say, you need a first vice lady president and a second vice lady president and a second first vice male president. And you need a treasurer, you need a secretary, you need an executive secretary, you need a financial secretary in your divisions. So this is a people organization. We need people. We can't do this by ourselves. I don't care how much of an intellectual we might be. I don't care how many people we might be able to get together in a little small group and act like we smart and intelligent. We need people. We need elders. We need babies. We need everybody in between. We need men. We need women. We need those who are interested in anything up under the sun, that are looking at the problems of our people and saying, wow, I wish there was something that we could do about it. And whenever somebody says, I have an idea, we have to say, well, come on with me, because I want to hear ideas. I'm in the idea business. I want to know how we can get this done. You help me and I'll help you. And that's the way it's got to be. Like in the chorus, it says, one for all,
and all for one.
All for one. Go get the people. Kwame Ture told me one time, he told all of us, Stokely Carmichael, who became Kwame Ture. He said, you think you got the answers to the problems of our people? You think you got the philosophy? You think you have the ideology? Then go get the people. Prove you have it by going to get the people. So now what John is doing and Clyde is doing is setting us on a course to go get the people. All he's saying is, let's get this knowledge because it's lacking. You got people who couldn't spend 5 minutes talking about the Honorable Marcus Garvey, and they in the UNIA, but the UNIA is not in them. You got people, they ain't got 5 books. And now there's over 100 that you can find on the life and the works of the Honorable Marcus Garvey. Tony Martin dealt with 11. Robert Hill, they produced about 10 volumes, about $50, $80 each, 700 pages each. So there's plenty of knowledge out here. Let's get it and let's use it and make sure we show the value that we have and the appreciation we have for the books, so that other people, when they see how much we appreciate it, because we can quote Garvey, we can quote the things that he said, we can unravel the history of the UNIA, we can take it from square one all the way down to the present time. But that won't come by osmosis. It's only going to come from studying. Let's study and show ourselves approved.
Yes, sir. Rich first. Thank you, Brother Shaka. We are running short on time. We're supposed to have a presentation from a guest. So I'm getting ready to hand the floor over to our guest for that presentation on cryptocurrency. So we kind of, in the time we skipped over Constitution, we'll touch on that in our follow-up meeting. This discussion can be considered kind of research/business committee, but we'll follow up with that in the upcoming meeting as well. Prior to handing it over, did want to give a general request for support. As always, we should, it's economics. We can't do much without economics. We're taught the #1 fundraiser for the UNIA is member dues. If we can get all of our brothers and sisters activated, to be dues-paying members in the UNIA. That'll take care of a lot of our economic issues. First link is to UNIA-ACL parent body Cashapp, $ UNIA-ACL. That'll go directly to our High Chancellor. Second link is Atlanta Division 421 Cashapp UNIA 421 Fund, or paypal.me/UNIA 421. And the bottom link is to support Chicago Division 429, First Vice President Brother Shaka and President Clyde Banks. Their PayPal is UNIA Chicago 429 at Gmail. So I'll drop these in the chat.
And what is the annual?
Annual is $46 for member dues. We'll take care of your annual fees.
Do you have a second just before you go to the crypto?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. All I want to say is this, and obviously I haven't.
I'm sorry, Brother Brooks. Excuse me a second, Brother John. I'm just running my mouth and I'm muted on out of here. But there's the joining fee of $10.
Yes.
Then $46. So that's 56, but you only have to pay that one time.
Yes.
So from then on, it's only $46. And of course, you can do the 5-year, 10-year, and 50-year if you want. You can just multiply that times 47 after the first 56, and then you can be paid up for life.
Yes,
all right, go ahead, John.
Go ahead, Brother Brooks.
Yeah, all I wanted to say was, everything you said is wonderful and beautiful. However, the extent to which there's an effort underway right now by you all, live in living color, to try to reinitiate, to reinvigorate, to resurrect, is to say that there was a flaw. Because if there was no flaw, then this is just surface thinking. And I'm sure people have ideas about this. If there was not a flaw, including not a flaw necessarily in Mr. Garvey, it was the problematic nature of the opposition.
There you go.
But then that is the flaw, that the opposition was not comprehended or understood well enough to prevent the opposition from doing what it did. So all I'm saying to you and to anyone who's out there thinking about anything of this nature is, as you go forward, it seems critical to make sure that as you try to rebuild, you rebuild in such a way that what was the problem before is not a problem again, and that even new problems are also taken into account. That's all I have to say.
Well, Brother Robbins, there are some things that your enemy will do that you can't necessarily anticipate everything that they will do to try to stop you. There's a price that you must pay to help the poor, the downtrodden, because those who are in power, who put them there, want to keep them there, don't want you to help them. But if you're determined to help them, then the consequences, men who are in earnest are not afraid of consequences. So we're in a situation where we want to rebuild the UNIA. And we know that there are forces in the world that don't want Africans to gain total and complete control over the natural resources on the continent of Africa. But there's nothing that you can do about that, because when you get ready to organize to get your stuff in Africa, they will organize to try to stop you. And they will even try to kill you. But men and women who are in earnest are not afraid of consequences. So we're not afraid of what might happen as we rebuild the UNIA, because
I think you're missing the point, President Ashaka. I'm not saying that any of that, but here's just think about
here's what you said. Here's what you said. I heard what you said. You said there must have been a flaw. And I'm telling you, there was no flaw And there is no flaw in the program of the UNIA. It is an attempt to take the people who at one time were on top of the world, who at one time gave civilization to the world, art, science, literature, music.
You're missing the point.
Mathematics, stay with me, who gave that, and then they fell. They fell into captivity, they fell and became enslaved, and then eventually a modicum of freedom existed. And then a man who mapped out a strategy by studying the world came up with the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. He only had a limited amount of time in which he could live. He lived life to the fullest. He did the best that he possibly could. And then he passed it on to the next generation. So we're a little past the next generation, but that generation passed it on to us. And we have to do all that we possibly can, as quickly as we possibly can, to prepare the next generation that's coming behind us. And they won't even get it all done, because it may take 1,000 years to put the Black man and woman back into the position that they once held. We won't be here, and we don't care about being here. What we care about is doing the work, the best work that we possibly can now, because we know our founder did the best that he could, and now we're going to do the best that we can, and then let the chips fall where they may.
I don't see it that way. But anyway, this is not for discussion here. All I'm saying is the United States government has been in power in the world for most of the 20th century, and now it may be falling. Wait, just listen.
How long? You said the United States government has been in power since when?
I'm talking about global power.
Since when?
Since about the 30s, 1930.
Come on, bro. They just went through a major World War II. Was that in the 30s?
I'm just saying that they were taking over from the UK as the major power in the world at that time, just as China is going to take over from the United States sometime in this century.
You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know that.
Well, that's what's being predicted. But anyway, here's the point.
Who's predicting it? Why are we listening to somebody that's predicting something? All we are saying here in the UNIA, because we ain't out there trying to do that, predict all of that. All we're trying to say is our founder, the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, gave his life to the principles of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, to his race, and for the redemption of Mother Africa. And we are following in those same footsteps with the intent of doing the best that we can for our race, for our motherland, Africa. And then when it's over, we go and sleep with our ancestors and pass it on to the next generation.
Yeah, the only reason I can accept that is the idea that he understood that there would be a decline, because there's been a significant decline, and now you're trying to rebuild. All I'm saying is, what permitted the decline? What permitted the slowdown in the progress? It was something that was not anticipated, was not strategically accounted for. It was because it was too exposed to the public. Was it too open?
No, none of that. Our challenge is, and I just explained that as I was talking to the president of 330, Division 330. We're in the people business. And as we do two things well. One is to understand the program of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. And nothing must stop us from doing that. These sidebars, these distractions that folks want to take us into, because they really think they got the solution to the problems. They don't think that they have it enough to go and do it, but they think they have the solutions to the problem to talk about it and take our time up talking about it. So that's one.
Are you referring to me? How you referring to me?
No, bro.
Okay.
Hypothetical.
Okay.
But I'm saying some of our members do that. They spend a lot of time with people listening to their ideologies and philosophies, and they haven't read the book. They're not coming from the book. They're not coming from the teachings of the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. They're not even in the UNIA. So the more that happens, the slower it's going to take, the longer it's going to take for us to achieve the ultimate goals. So what has to happen is we have to be deadly serious. We have to be so focused on the program of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and building our divisions of the UNIA and recruiting bodies inside of the UNIA and educating people and our youth about the UNIA that nothing else distracts us. That's how the Honorable Marcus Garvey was successful. He was so focused on the work that has to be done. We tend not to be as focused because we like to intellectualize, we like to talk, and we like to be thought warmly about by others. We want to be, want to be friends with folks. We waste a lot of time as opposed to really being strong in our commitment and our dedication to our principles. Yeah, we love our brothers and sisters, but what good does that do if you can't recite the objects and aims of the Universal Negro Improvement Association? We love our people, but how are you going to help them if you're in the UNIA and you don't understand the preamble? You can't say we're a social, friendly, humanitarian, charitable, educational, institutional, constructive, and expansive society. So you in the UNIA, but you don't have the UNIA in you. And why is that? Because a lot of people haven't taken the time to get into the books, my brother. And because that is lacking, that is one of the...
I claim my ignorance. I claim my ignorance. I have one question, and then I'm going to shut my mouth and learn something about cryptocurrency. Does in that writing, that prolific writing, does it discuss a decline in the association and then future an evolutionary process that reflects ups and downs? That's my question. Or did it project a straight upward trend?
No, he never. I mean, look at it, bro. Brothers and sisters, I hear clearly what the brother has asked. Did he anticipate a decline? Brother, you start in Jamaica. You lay a foundation for organizing in Jamaica. You make contact with Booker T. Washington, some of the most powerful minds. They say, we like what you're talking about. You come to the United States, Booker T has passed, but you lay a wreath, you pay your tribute, and then you go to work. And what happens? You end up going out and organizing, this is Marcus Garvey, hundreds of people, but then that falls down. You organize another 1,000 people, and then that falls down. Then you get together with 12 people, and then 4 or 5 years later, you have millions. Our influence on the continent of Africa is second to none. We are still doing the work. There's still work being done. Not where there's a lot of the parades and the drums beating, but the work is still being done. And we're going to continue to do the work. It never stopped. And so what might seem like a decline, this does not bother us at all, because there are some of us living today that are so imbued with the spirit of Garveyism and the determination to build our divisions, to build our organization, to build in order to redeem Africa. We don't believe anything is going to stand in our way. So no, Honorable Marcus Garvey said, you shall hear from my principles 2,000 years hence. Now, is that what we think? Is that what we believe? Of course we do. So what does it mean? It means if you don't do your work, the work is still going to get done if it takes 2,000 years to get it done. All we're saying is to each other, let us do the work. Let us do the work so that we can at least pass on to the next generation a commitment a love for them and a commitment to for the redemption of Mother Africa, let us pass something on. But you got to do something to pass something on, and you can't let anything and anybody get in your way. So the Honorable Marcus Garvey never said there's going to be a decline. He never talked in terms of decline. He talks in terms of forward movement. He talks in terms of being assertive, being aggressive. He talked in terms of continuing the program, continuing to organize. And so here we are, 100 years later, and we're still organizing. And while we look at what's going on in the community, violence and drugs and so forth and so on, we're not deterred. We're not afraid. We ain't scared. We just have to keep developing the program. And ultimately, when we get the people, as we get the people, we will get more solutions. We will get more resources to be able to tackle these problems. So we're pretty confident that we're going to be successful. In fact, we are successful.
Thank you, Brother Shaka. Brother Mario Ma, you had your hand up for a little while.
Quick, I know we eating up time, but I just wanted to speak to Dr. Robinson's point that the lack of success, as he sees it, may be a sign of some kind of flaw in design or in operation. But I once heard Tupac made the point that don't blame me. I was given this world, I didn't make it. And when you look at the situation that Mr. Garvey found himself in when we were so far behind the 8 ball, we were so far, it's almost like you play chess, brother, Dr. Robinson.
Do I play what?
Chess.
Oh, yes.
Okay. The way I see it sometimes is when Mr. Garvey inherited was a chess game, and each generation gets to make a move or two. And in this chess game, we had already had our rooks taken, our bishops were gone, we missing a knight, they took our queen, and they had every piece on the board, and we were way behind the 8 ball. But somehow, within a couple of moves, he was able to take some of their most critical pieces down and almost equalize the board, but he just couldn't complete it all within a generation. And he prepared it so that if we follow the plan accordingly, within a few generations, we're going to accomplish miracles. Now, just because you don't win the game from what you inherited at any given time is not a design flaw or to mean that your strategy is incorrect. There's going to be some give and take along the way of getting to that ultimate goal of African redemption. But we definitely got the right plan and the right program, and everything is going according to plan. Now, some of the successes of Mr. Garvey may not have been, the 100% as he was, but we still have the vision. We still see the plan. We still have the strategy. And there's no other plan that will even come close to realizing the ultimate goal of our redemption, of fulfilling that divine injunction. So, we're going to make sure it happens. And we are mindful of some of the challenges of the past so that we don't, run into any okie dokes. But definitely the plan is not in any way, or, the philosophy in any way, aired because it didn't achieve a particular thing at a particular time. We're still moving forward, and victory is definitely in sight. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that.
I got reading to do.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Brother Caesar.
Yeah, let me introduce him.
Well, let me close out that.
Okay, go ahead.
My response to the discussion.
Oh, please.
My response to the discussion. I like how Brother Mario Mao gave the analogy of the chessboard, but it's always been about Mr. Garvey did his job. What are we doing in our time? And part of the discussion alluded to propaganda, and that's where I will go. We are in the age of information. In Garvey's time, it took a lot to get your message to the people in regards to having a printing press, having a network of distribution. Today, we have a much more direct means of each individual being able to communicate or propagate their message through what we know as social media. And the question, I'll ask the question at the end, but Mr. Garvey says on lesson 16 of the course of African philosophy, he defines propaganda. He says propaganda means to propagate or to make known extensively some particular phase of human intelligence. The desire is to convert or influence the people to the acceptance of the truth of that particular intelligence that is sought to be spread among them. So are we spreading propaganda of African victory, or are we spreading propaganda of, other nations being dominant in the future? That's one question that we have to ask. Also, in chapter 2 of the volume 1 of Philosophies and Opinions, Mr. Garvey starts out talking about propaganda. He says, we are living in a civilization that is highly developed. We are living in a world that is scientifically arranged, in which everything done by those who control is done through system, proper arrangement, proper organization. And among some of the organized methods used to control the world is the thing known as propaganda. As Shaka alluded to previously, propaganda has done more to defeat the good intentions of races and nations than even open warfare. Propaganda is the method or medium used by organized people to convert others against their will. We of the Negro race are suffering more than any other race in the world from propaganda. Propaganda to destroy our hopes, our ambitions, and our confidence in self. So for me, in my perspective, the question comes down to, what propaganda are we producing? What are we putting out into the world? What is the message? What is the education? What type of level of qualifications are we expecting of our future leaders? And that comes down to what propaganda we produce. When you came into this meeting, one of the things you had to agree to was the fact that this was being recorded. So there is a lot that the world is producing and putting out there for us to counter or to combat, but we also have to ask the question of, what are we producing to put out there for our people to consume? So Brother Caesar, if you are ready, we would like to, Brother Shaka, if you can bring in Brother Caesar.
Sure. Brothers and sisters, as we come together to discuss the history of the UNIA economics, we thought it fitting to take a look at an area that many of us know too little about. And in talking to a member out of Baltimore, I started to say other places because I think he's all over the world. He shared this information about cryptocurrency. He is so erudite or so familiar with this area that I could listen to him for hours and not grow weary. He answered all the questions that I had. And so I thought our audience need to hear from this brother. Then he went one step further and he said, I'm going to bring to this conference a young man from the motherland who also understands this subject. And this young man entertained my questions for an hour as well. And I was so impressed by the both of them until I talked to John and we said, let's bring them in. Now, Caesar is one of the leaders in Baltimore. He used to serve as the president. Now he's over research and support. So there can be people in your division that go and do research and they bring that research back. So the subject that they're going to do, the two of them are going to deal with, is called cryptocurrency. Some of you probably think you know what that is. Some of you do know what it is. Some of you know more than others about that subject. But you're not going to know more about cryptocurrency than these two men that I'm getting ready to bring before you. Would you welcome, please, Brother Caesar and Brother Michael from Nigeria to talk about cryptocurrency?
Those accolades are pretty high. Race first, family. I'm here to not do an expose on all the various aspects of cryptocurrency that exist, or all the various layers of the web that currently exist, and how we can use those tools to benefit ourselves, our organization, and our people. Primarily, what I'm going to do today is simply present an opportunity that I've taken advantage of, utilizing a new cryptocurrency that has recently been introduced into the world. I will do a short history on Bitcoin. I want to play a video. It's a 6-minute video of the new cryptocurrency that I'm involved with. And then I have Mr. Michael Harry in Nigeria explain a little bit about how that cryptocurrency has benefited him and the Marcus Garvey Drillers Foundation School, which we started a few years ago, and how it's benefiting the school in regards to financing and getting the tools and supplies that they need in Nigeria to spread the message of Garveyism to primary school students at the school itself. And then we'll open it up to questions if there are any questions. I know it's been a long day, so I don't want to be long-winded about it. Anybody that knows me, well, let me back up. Okay, so I've been a Garveyite since young. I didn't officially get activated until I met Brother Ross Marvin in Atlanta, 421, in which I became a member and an activated member of the division. Ultimately, I moved back here, because I'm from Baltimore, moved back to Baltimore, and was the founding president of Barker Clark Division number 106. My last act as founding president was to establish for our division only, Barker Clark Division, an office for research and special projects, which I decided I would head. And that's the role I now currently fill with the UNIA. So let's talk a little bit about Bitcoin. Everyone knows that Bitcoin exists. Bitcoin is basically a peer-to-peer decentralized currency that exists on the blockchain, or exists using blockchain technology. Now, the good thing about blockchain technology is that it is fully transparent. It is immutable. Once a block has been added to the chain, no one can go back and change the past when it comes to blockchain technology, which makes it very powerful. And it creates what's called a trustless environment among participants. There was a time early on in Bitcoin where it was easy to mine Bitcoin and to make money and make profits out of Bitcoin, and a lot of people did. A little story I can share is that in 2010, a Muslim brother I know in Australia called me, and at that time I was actually making precious metal coins, because I've been a strong proponent of honest money for a long time. So I was creating a series of silver coins, pure silver coins, called the 5 Pillars of Islam. And he knew I was doing that because he was a Muslim brother as well. So we were talking, but he shared with me, he said, you need to get involved and become knowledgeable about Bitcoin. Now, this is 2010. At that time, when we talked about it, 1 Bitcoin was 50 cents per coin, meaning you could go and buy Bitcoin at 50 cents a coin, and boom, whatever. You got Bitcoin to store, hold, trade, use in commerce as you see fit. Unfortunately, I did not take advantage of that opportunity. And I have subsequently watched Bitcoin grow in adoption amongst the global population. grow in usage amongst people. And at current pricing, I believe Bitcoin at today per coin is about $60,000 per coin. Now, that's a huge up in a 15-year cycle for any commodity or any kind of asset, so to speak. And I should mention that this is not what we're about to do today. Is I'm not a financial advisor. This is not investment advice. This is simply me sharing and educating about what I'm doing, and that is that and that alone. So the gentleman that I was working with, the actual mentors, because I didn't have a machine to mint my silver coins. The folks that were actually minting my coins for me, which I would then subsequently sell, was a company called the Open Currency, American Open Currency Mint. They were out of Texas, and yes, they're a couple of white folks, but they strictly businessmen. And from my, we've had our business dealings, and I haven't had any problems with them at all. Make a long story short, they decided to release their own cryptocurrency tied to what's called a cold storage wallet, so that their cryptocurrency could, enter the market, the global marketplace, and then people could still mint coins, but they would mint them and use cold storage wallet. The coin would actually be a cold storage wallet off the internet, so that your tokens, your coins, whatever you want to call it, your cryptocurrency is unhackable because it's not on the internet. Excuse me. As you know, a lot of exchanges have had some trouble with people, stealing coins, this, that, and the third, doing all kind of shenanigans that, what they do. Thieves do what thieves do. So they're mitigating their coin by putting it on in a cold storage wallet first, and then ultimately on an exchange, which it is on now. So when we talked about it, I said, well, hey, I'm in. And I jumped in. It's still a ground floor opportunity, but I got in on like the first ground floor, and began mining the actual coins themselves that they're producing. And when I say mining, which means I purchased what's called an ASIC, which is basically just a computer that validates the transactions on the network, and also produces coins for those who validate. It's like mining. It's called mining. Same thing happens with Bitcoin, except now, because mega corporations have gotten involved with Bitcoin, and foreign countries have actually gotten involved with Bitcoin mining. There's no way for a small operator to successfully and profitably mine Bitcoin in the current space. If you were going to mine Bitcoin for money, you should have done it, like 2010, 11, or 12, to really, maximize and have a chance at actually getting Bitcoins as a reward for validating the transactions on the blockchain. So that's what I'm offering as an opportunity for you guys today, to share with you this particular coin. It's called Texit Coin, and they, I'll share their website, which has a host of information on it. But basically, through mining the coins, and there's a daily payout of TXC, which is what the Texit Coin nomenclature is, of TXC that you get every day, and you can do what you want with it. You can save it, you can trade it, you can turn it into Bitcoin, and then send that to your bank, or you can turn it into dollars, usable dollars that you can use for everyday purchases as you see fit. This project started initially in January, but it didn't really hit the worldwide market exchange until about May. I got into it in June, and I purchased a number of mines, and those mines that I purchased at $3,000, and I purchased a number of them. I didn't just purchase one. I purchased a number of them, but those mines have already paid for themselves for me to the tune of about $12,000 to $15,000 that I've gotten in return since June. So let me play the video real quick. Can I share my screen? Is that possible? Could you give me the power to do that? Or is that possible?
You should have authority.
Okay. A host of other information on the website in regards to Texit Coin. But right now I'd like to introduce Mr. Michael Harry over in Nigeria, he's the director of the Marcus Garvey Drillers Foundation School, which Barker Clark, our division here in Baltimore, started. We helped to finance that school and get it up and running. And he's the director of the school. So I'd like him to share his experience about what we've been doing in regards to cryptocurrency to help them sustain themselves.
All right. Okay. Excuse me. Yeah. I'd like to say greetings to everyone. I'd like to thank President Shaka Barak, as I often address him, for putting this kind of events that has brought a lot of people together. I'd like to thank every other speaker that has shared important information. I found this information quite very informing, particularly the ones that provided factual, historical information about the UNIA, the business empires that I've been reading about, but I never really get to know about the dates and the certificate of incorporation. I mean, I found all of that to be quite very informing. So I'd like to say thank you so much. And yeah, thank you, Director Cesar Kijana, for this opportunity given to me. So yes, as I had already mentioned it earlier on when I first introduced myself, my name is Brother Michael Harry, and I'm right here in the motherland, Nigeria, to be specific. And I am actually the director of the Marcus Garvey Drillers Foundation School, a legacy school that was founded, that was founded right here in Nigeria to continue to advance the thoughts, the thinking, and the ideals of the most honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. And for years now, the school has been growing in population. In fact, when we just started, we actually started the school shortly after we held the first event that we had here in Nigeria, and that was the very it was more like the inauguration of the UNIA community, because we at the time, even up until now, we were not running as a chartered UNIA division, but it was more like a kind of a hybrid community of UNIA, where we had people, students, and ordinary people, the chiefs, community chiefs coming together to form that particular community. So that group. So shortly after that, the Marcus Garvey Drillers Foundation School, courtesy of the Barker Clark division led by President Cesar Kijana at the time, was actually birthed. And ever since, the school has been growing from, in population. As of this moment, right now, the school is about over 300 in population, approaching 400, and you can just imagine that. So yes, it's been it's been a mix of success and challenges as well, particularly given that in Nigeria, so you have people now. The government is structured in such a way that if you cannot afford public education or private education that are pretty much expensive for some families to be able to afford, government doesn't have you in their plans. You have many kids roaming the street during school hours, and we have a lot of those kids, some of them looking very promising, and their parents watch them helplessly on a daily basis. So with the Marcus Garvey Drillers Foundation School, an alternative was provided for these pool of African students, of African children who were otherwise helpless. And then, so we provided the school. The school then became a center for them to be able to access education without paying anything for it. And these, and we have teachers. We have, we have buildings that we use to run the school, and we have bills, we have expenses we have to cover on a daily basis. So on a monthly basis and a yearly basis. So initially, we were actually having this kind of struggles, financial struggles. Until then, we still have the Bata clock, particularly Caesar Kijani, who would be responsible for, say, about when we then had this story change the way we, our financial status. So let me take it a little down. Now, when for the past few months, I should say, since this Texas coin was introduced, I have been receiving. By saying I mean the Marcus Garvey Dulles Foundation School has been receiving, has been getting funding in the form of Texas coin. So what happened is that the coin will be sent to us and then to our wallet, and then I have this wallet. And then I will change the wallet. I will change the money that is Texas coin to dollar. And this happens instantly. Okay. And then on average, we've been receiving for the past 3 weeks, getting to 1 month, on average, around 35 to 50 US dollars on a daily basis. And I mean on a daily basis. That's how it's been running up until this very moment. And that way we've been able to step up our game, step up our ability to meet our needs, has actually improved over time, courtesy of this Texas coin that we have been receiving. And from our understanding also is that with time, as the value of the coin, as the coin gains more adoption, but in the diaspora and right here in Africa,
think we may have lost him.
the adoption of that particular coin as well, too, increases. So that's exactly how we've been. And I'm also looking at it that if we continue this way, we'll be able to meet a lot of other needs. We still have kids out there. We're looking at setting up the school in other locations. I mean, we all know already, it's no more in that statistically. Nigeria is often described as a giant of Africa for many reasons, one of which is that we have the largest population. It's the largest, it's the country with the highest population on the African continent, boasting a staggering number of 260, 70 million people. And out of which, and 70% of that population actually represents youth. And from among these 70%, we have a lot of young people who do not have access to healthcare, access to education, and we have a lot of them are abandoned. And so with Texas coin coming in now as a means of financial empowerment to accelerate our ability to run the school and then be able to set up other projects as well too, we will be able to undertake much more, projects, and then make education accessible and provide the necessary help that will be needed currently, that is so, dearly needed by our brothers and sisters right here on the continent. So that's just about how it's been happening. And I'm very, very grateful to Caesar Kijani. Now, there's something very shocking about a Texas coin of a thing. I actually have some knowledge about cryptocurrency, and in my years of involvement in cryptocurrency, this is how it's been, this exactly the kind of narrative you would hear. So when a coin, they call it the coin project, when a new coin is about to come into the market, so they're going to tell you, hey, they just send you as a token. It's a token because it's not on the blockchain. In other words, it's actually not an asset that you can exchange for money. So you keep accumulating, and then chances are that you'll be accumulating these tokens. Eventually, it might actually be launched, and then eventually also, it might not be launched. So people end up losing money. But we are not just talking about tokens. We're talking about money, like coins that already is on an exchange. In other words, this coin currently now, you exchange it for money. When it just happened the first time, it was all like a miracle, because he just called me up and said, hey, Mike, I've been discussing this thing with you that I've been working on. So I think it seems that we have the green light now. I said, okay. So that morning I woke up and then he sent me some coin, and I go to the exchange. And then so he said, confirm when you see the money. I said, yes, I've seen it. He said, all right, exchange it. I was just following through. Boom, $50. I was like, what? It's almost like a miracle. the following day, it happened like that. And it was so easy. I was like, oh my goodness. It was just all like a miracle like that. So, and ever since it's been happening like that on a daily basis. So, yeah, that's my experience with, Texas Coin. And I'm looking forward to doing more. As a matter of fact, I will be actually, mobilizing a mass. I'll be mobilizing people here on the continent since we have the number, to actually get on Texas Coin to accelerate its adoption, which I believe also technically will as well lead to an increase in the value of Texas Coin than what it currently is right now on the exchange. So thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you for organizing this meeting. Thank you, President. Director Caesar Kijani. Thank you, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, I'm very grateful.
I appreciate you. And remember, with all that said about the Marcus Garvey Drillers, Foundation School and what you're doing, we're also spreading the message of Garveyism to the young, which is the most important mission of all. So with that said, I mean, I want to open up to questions. If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer. Any questions anyone may have?
I do. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
So, this whole thing about this Texi coin actually like brought an idea to mind. We know that Bitcoin isn't the only coin out there. We got Ethereum and so on and so forth. So why don't we roll with this Texi coin since it's going well, and then we develop a UNIA coin, our own coin.
Sister Diane, I have a comprehensive, completed business plan for just such a thing. However, what I don't have right now is the $2 million for startup funds and the $10 million to run it for the first 3 years until it achieves general adoption. Those plans are I've already got those written.
That's beautiful.
It's a matter of me gathering right now capital, which I'm using Texas Coin as my vehicle to gain capital, so that we ultimately have our own cryptocurrency that we can use amongst ourselves and our people to enrich and profit. And also, and there's some other use cases, which I won't get into, but there are other use cases. Cryptocurrency is not necessarily just about profiting through mining. There are other aspects of blockchain that are fabulous. Its immutable aspect is one of the things I think our historians and our scholars will be able to take full advantage of. And we can mesh all of those things together. I apologize for interrupting, but yes, those plans are on the table. They're already created. I just, I put it on the financing.
So we just have to get behind it and keep this one going because it's already in place. What is like one of the coin trading for? Like I didn't see it on. What's the thing to? Is it Texi TXICOIN on CoinMarketCap, or it's not on there yet?
We're on CoinMarketCap. Yeah, you can find us. If you just do a search for TXC, you'll see us there. If you actually want to trade the coin, you have to go to Dex Trade Exchange. That was our first. Now, and remember, this project just started in May. And for any cryptocurrency from May to now to do what we've been doing is phenomenal. We're already we had a high of about 16 cents per coin last month and a low of, I believe it was like 6. When I got involved with it, Texas Coin was at about a 5 cents per coin rate, 4 or 5 cents at the time. But of course, the market is what determines the price of the. I think last I checked, it was 7.
7 cents?
I think it was 7 cents this morning. Yeah, somewhere around there.
It got to 9. It got to 9. It got to 9 cents at some point today. Just today, it hit 9.
Okay. Yeah, I don't sit and I'm in it to hold these coins and to use them to help finance the Drillers Foundation School. Because I mean the founders of the project, of which I'm one, our goal is for Texas Coin to reach $16 per coin. This is our goal. Not saying there are no guarantees, but our goal is $16 per coin within 24 months. So I'm just holding on for most of, I stack most of my coins in cold storage off the internet and, just let it ride.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah, other coins I send to Michael over there. He does what he does and exchanges it for Naira at some point. I think. How do you do it, Mike? Mike, you go to Bitcoin and then Naira?
No. I don't convert it to Bitcoin. So basically, what happens is that Dextrade, which is actually the exchange on which Texas coin is currently listed and then traded. So when you send a coin to me, I just simply, get the coin and sell it on Dextrade for USDT. Now from USDT, then I pick the USDT and then sell it to somebody that is to somebody who needs USDT to carry out transaction on any other platforms that the person might be using. Then the person send me Naira. That's basically what I do. I don't need to convert it to Bitcoin at all. Just straight up.
Fantastic. Were there any other questions? There are no stupid questions.
I think a UNIA coin would just be fantastic. It'll skyrocket our membership again.
Well, like I said, the plans are already written from my perspective. I've here. That's not a question. We just got to form. I think. Yeah, the plans are here, and that's all.
This is at a good price where we could get in. It's only what 7 cents. That's still a good price.
Oh yeah. Considering we're projecting 16 within 24 months. I mean, you pick up a few right now and just hold it and see where it goes. You haven't lost much if we don't achieve our goal, because like I said, there are no guarantees in cryptocurrency. However, we got a great team and now my heart, honestly, I'm with you, Sister Marshall. We do need our own cryptocurrency because it allows us to be able to create. Just what's happening with Texacoin is people who actually get involved with mining are creating their own money. Values being created through cryptocurrency and blockchain technology that's transferable into the purchase and sale of goods and services that people can use every day. I currently have my own printing press. Basically, if it were US dollars, it'd be a printing press. I take those funds and I send a portion to Michael to do, manage the school, which is a great project, and I store the other ones. If I need to, for instance, today, I'll give you an example. I transferred some of my cryptocurrency into Bitcoin, dropped it into my Robinhood wallet address, put it on my debit card, gave my wife the card and said, here's some money, go to the grocery store. Do your thing. Now that may seem like a complicated process, but it's not. It may seem that way, but it's not complicated at all. But my point is that there's a way to move value from Texacoin into stakes in the freezer.
For people who are not familiar with cryptocurrency or mining in general, I've gotten into crypto in the past, but I have not gotten into the mining side. So for people who are not too familiar with all of that, is there a like a number to call or anything so they can get up to speed if they wanted? If I'm not mistaken, it's like $70 for
with Texacoin, all the information is on the internet, even the mining opportunity. At present, to join the mining, to become a miner, and right now there are less than 250 miners mining Texacoin worldwide. It costs $1,000. but I can't, I'm not guaranteeing, but I'm saying my experience with what we're doing and how we're moving is that $1,000, that mine will pay for itself in 6 months. And everything after your 6 months is gravy. It's literal free money. As long as Texacoin is growing, this, that, and the third. So for instance, every day I get a certain amount of Texacoin into my wallets. As I mentioned before, I send some of it to Mike. The other parts I put where I need to put it, and I live my life. You know, it's literally printing your own money, because and that's what you know, that's cryptocurrency. I don't know what to say. You know, it has a use case, it has value add, and you know, I mean, it's not Kilimanjaro, you know, climbing Kilimanjaro to learn a little bit about cryptocurrency and how this thing works. Just like I don't have to know everything about a car, you know, the mechanisms and the machinations of how a car works to drive one. This thing works. Sister Reveille. Division 421, Sister Reveille.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was trying to find the button. Thank you. I'm a crypto enthusiast, very much so. And it's good to find out new things about crypto all the time. I love it. Can you just give an example for people to know the example of a cold wallet? Can you name a few?
Okay, yeah. Well, essentially you have 3 types of wallets. You have a hot wallet, a warm wallet, and a cold wallet. Now, a hot wallet an example of a hot wallet is my wallet that actually exists on the DEX Trade Exchange. It is on the internet, it's there, and I have to trust that the security protocols and mechanisms of the DEX Trade Exchange are secure enough to maintain my coins or my money, my assets, my value. Okay. There's a cold storage wallet, which is another wallet that is not connected to the internet at all. You know, it's a wallet where coins can be sent, and as long as you don't crack the seal on the cold storage wallet, let me show you one. Okay, here we go. Well, no, let me get this. Hold on just a second. Okay, so this is a cold storage wallet with Tether. I don't know if you guys can see that, but I can send Ethereum basically to this wallet, and because I've never put this on the internet, this coin will hold those digital assets in this format. It cannot be hacked as a cold storage because it's never been on the internet. Once I put this on the internet, or I crack the seal and it goes on the internet and I do some exchanging, then it becomes what's called a warm wallet. So you got a hot wallet, warm wallet, and you got cold storage wallets. Those who are into holding, you know, just holding it for long-term value because they believe that Texacoin is going to be great. You know, a lot of us are putting a bunch on cold storage because it can't be hacked. What I need to send, what I send to Michael goes into a hot wallet, which is on the internet, so that he can then get those things. But then once again, as a hot wallet, I am subject to the security protocols of the exchange, that they have got their stuff together so that our stuff doesn't get stolen. So those are basically the three wallets that you can have. Now, what we do is we put our wallets on, copper, silver, or gold coins, because that was originally our honest money project, what we were doing. So we still use the pure copper, pure silver, and pure gold as a cold storage wallet. But you can get cold storage wallets as looks like a credit card, and then keep it off the internet and store stuff in that fashion as well.
Is there a fee for exchange when you exchange your?
The exchanges always charge a small fee. It's not that significant. Mostly exchanges, they make their money because they have micro fees. and you got a lot of people with a bunch of micro fees, they make their money. So yes, there is a small, there is a fee for exchanging, from one crypto to the next, or, there are fees. There are always fees. You can't get around it.
As long as it's in cold storage, there's no fee. It just sits there.
There's no fee in cold storage, right?
Okay. Only in warm, right, and hot.
Correct. Correct.
Is there a minimum number amount you need to just do to start the mining?
A single 100 megahash mining share will run you $1,000. That's kind of the minimum.
Oh, you're paying for the number of shares in that process.
Well,
Okay.
you're paying for the ASIC, which is the machine that creates the validations of transactions and the creation of the coins themselves.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what you're buying. You're actually buying a real machine that goes into the crypto mining farm, and from that machine, it will be producing for you a certain amount of crypto Texas coins every day. Typically, you get back your $1,000 within 6 months.
Okay.
So and that's at current pricing. If pricing goes up, say we hit like we did a month ago, 16 cents a coin, you're going to get it back even faster.
Mm-hmm. So if we wanted to do the mining for 1,000 and then we wanted 10,000 of the Texas coin, that'll be what, $1,700?
You're saying if you buy $10,000 worth of Texas coin at
and then you want to do the mining as well, you have to do 1,000.
Here's what I would do. I would start with one mining share. Get your feet wet, come to the miners group, understand a little bit more about cryptocurrency and what's going on and how we're moving this thing forward. And then if you want, you can always buy more mining shares, which will obviously produce more Texas coin for you on a daily basis.
Okay.
But I would say start with $1,000, learn, because we're less than 250 people mining currently. And we meet every Tuesday in, the miners share club, or whatever you want to call it, meeting, where we, things are discussed about where we're going, like, what new exchanges we're going to be on, these types of things. So once that's done, if you feel good about what's happening, then jump in more,
So to understand, when you buy the mining machine,
yes,
then you have to add the coins to the machine, right?
No, sir. No, sir.
So does the machine come with coins?
The ASIC is going to create, the ASIC creates the coins themselves.
Okay. So how many coins that $1,000 that buys the machine, how many coins come along with that particular machine, if I can understand that?
0 at the very beginning until you get it
you build
running. Once it's running, it's starting to produce coins.
And at some point you can actually sell the machine, right? Or trade the machine.
If you want, I mean, if that's a question that has never come up before, to be honest with you. So I don't know. I mean, if you want to just trade out or get out, I mean, I'm sure I don't know if there's a current mechanism for that. Like somebody who's bought a machine and just says, I don't want to be a part of this anymore and I'm done. That hasn't happened yet. But and I can toss that question out at the next meeting and get back to you with an answer.
Thank you.
Okay,
yeah.
Brother Caesar.
Yes, sir.
And Brother Michael, we've learned a lot from the two of you. One of the things that is clear, that there has to be a process of education for our members. Now, we're going to do a follow-up to this economic conference. And what I'd like to suggest, John, is that we have a few, you and I and a few of our scholarly people or interested people meet with Caesar and Michael, or one of them, and let them educate us to the extent that we can come back to our group at our next meeting with a complete understanding and breakdown as to how this works and what the possibilities are. If Caesar and Michael would be willing to sit with us, because I heard somebody say that when these educational classes cost money, and since you're in the UNIA, I don't think you're going to charge us to educate us about cryptocurrency. Is that right, Caesar?
I'm not charging anything to educate anybody about cryptocurrency. I mean, my knowledge is what I know is what I know. And I don't know a whole lot. I'm still learning a lot about cryptocurrency myself. And also, you know, just blockchain, decentralized autonomous organizations, which I think would be a great thing for us as a people. And some other aspects of, you know, Web3, you know, I think we could really move in leaps and bounds if we really embrace this technology.
Well, then I want us to get with you and sit down and see what we can put together in terms of some quick training. And I want to know more about Michael's involvement, because when he gave those numbers in terms of the populations in Nigeria and Africa, if we get a headway there, our investment, man, it will take off like a rocket.
Well, I'm going to tell you, Brother Shaka, Michael has been, well, he, you know, God, he's a godsend. He's a man of integrity and honesty in a country that doesn't have a reputation for those things. So he, and for him to have found, you know, and performing what he's done with 300 to 400 children, and I've seen, he's got film of the kids and all that, you know, I mean, that's, everybody knows this is a real thing. You know, I want to applaud him, and I have no problem. Like I said, I have no problem whatsoever. I have true faith and trust in his ability to manage any funds that he's sent in a positive and edifying way for our people. Because these kids are learning Garveyism and getting an education where they would not even be able to get an education at all.
That is true. So, brothers and sisters, we are close to the end of the program. I needed to know if Michael needed to give us 1 minute of closing remarks before we get ready to dismiss. Mike, you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Now, but I want to ask you a question. My thinking is that if you run with this Bitcoin in Nigeria and Africa, it'll expedite the speed by which the coin will grow in value. Am I thinking right, that the faster people get involved with Texi coin, the faster it will increase in value?
Absolutely. That is basically the undergirding principle behind the increment in value of any cryptocurrency, whether it's the Bitcoin, whether it's the Ethereum. You know, today, like Director Caesar mentioned, you know, Bitcoin is pegged at $60,000 for a coin, and it wasn't like that 5 years ago. It wasn't like that 6 years ago, and the difference actually is that 6 years ago, between 6 years ago and now, Bitcoin has been able to make that movement because it has gone into the hands of more people. In other words, it's circulation has actually increased. So yes, it will not be different with Texas coin. Like I said, so we could leverage on the population advantage that we have in Nigeria. And if Texas coin, finds it, we're here, we actually have some programs we're currently, planning to exactly be able to, open up Nigeria, open up Africa to Texas coin. And what this implies for either, miners or those who will be holding the coin is that within a short time, the coin is actually going to increase in value. In fact, Caesar is projecting that, Caesar is saying that, the Texas coin team is projecting that in 24 months. So they're looking at $15 per coin. Now, this is it. So if Texas coin opens up to Nigeria, I mean, I stay in this country. Now, the thing about Nigeria is that sometimes, the diaspora, the media showcases this country for all the bad reasons. And there are several other good reasons here. I mean, basically, if you just do statistics, you go to the internet, you're Googling it, any coin that has ever found its way to Nigeria becomes a boom. Actually, just that. Wow, because coins actually, I mean, for coins to increase in value, they actually do so when they get into more hands. And Nigeria can deliver that because it has that population. So yes, your question or your position is exactly true. It's exactly true. As Texas coin gets into Nigeria, and then the Nigerian population, 70% of who are actually youth, then gets their hands on this coin through the mass adoption strategies that we're currently planning and putting in place. This is going to be a win for everyone, but those who are mining, those who are holding the coins, and then for those of us as well too. So that's exactly what yes, my response to the question that you just asked.
Thank you. So we have a few minutes left, and I hope that my request that you and Caesar provide us with more education. You will work with us. You will help us better understand the crypto industry. Mike?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was correct out of that. I mean, I couldn't get anything.
No, I already asked Caesar. I'm asking you directly. Will you help educate us? If we can pull some members together and do a little classroom kind of setting, will you help and work with Caesar to educate us expeditiously on the subject?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry?
Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely, President Shaka Brock. I'll be more than willing to do that.
All right, thank you. And brothers and sisters, I know this young man and I vouch for him. So though he's from Nigeria and Nigeria has a reputation, this man has integrity. All right, Brother John, we've got a couple minutes left. You want to, Clyde. And Clyde, y'all want to give some closing remarks?
I don't have anything, Brother Clyde. If you have anything, yeah, we are an hour over. I'm prepared to go to the Ethiopian anthem to close out. Brother Clyde, you have anything?
Oh, I did it again. What? It ends at 4 o'clock your time. My time. Whoa, boy, I work with this brother and his time is different from my time. And sometimes I start too early or start too late or end too late or end too early. I'm sorry, bro. I had no idea we were over an hour. I'm saying, we're good. We got a couple of minutes left. Time.
Yeah.
And you probably going, Brother Shaka, please.
No. It's all good, beautiful information. A couple things. Since I do have the opportunity now, let's take advantage of the time. And I think we got around at some point to a call to duty. Again, as we discussed when we laid this out, this is not just an opportunity for us to honor the history, but for us to take on the responsibility of rebuilding this great association of the UNIA. And today, we were looking specifically at some of the economic endeavors. Throughout the discussion, some economic ideas started to come up. So we need to continue this work, continue these discussions. And for myself and Brother Shaka, we've discussed October 19th. So that's in 5 weeks. We will be coming back to this forum to continue this discussion and to, as we got towards the end of today's meeting, let's get into the practical application in which our members can get involved today. So in the October meeting, we're looking for ideas. We're also going to be looking for some support.
Thank you, Brother John. That's absolutely correct. That's the practical application of Garveyism. That's what we're looking to do. I want to thank all those who came and are still here. I mean, you all held on. I didn't know we were bringing in Caesar so late, but I think some of you wanted to hear what he had to say. John will be polling our people to see who we can bring into a conference with Caesar and Michael so that they can discuss, we can discuss what is a cryptocurrency and what it's going to take to make us successful if we ever decide as divisions that's something that we want to do. And Mike, John and Clyde and I will be getting together to put together the agenda for the 19th. We will continue because we didn't cover everything on the economic programs of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. We didn't go inside of the Constitution to deal with the aspects of business as it relates to the UNIA. So we have a lot more to cover, and we will come back on the 19th. I hope all of you that were here, our guests, our friends, and our members, I hope all of you will come back at the next gathering and hear this report about cryptocurrency and hear some more information that will give us options in terms of how we can develop businesses to employ our people and to build businesses as entrepreneurs. I mean, there's things that we can do and want to do, especially you young people. So on that note, let me just ask my wife, was there any other thing that you wanted to, anything else you wanted to share before we close out? Did you know I was an hour over? No, she didn't know. Okay, let's close out. Brother Clyde, we're gonna go ahead and close out. First of all, would everyone humble their spirits? Kamar, were you gonna say something? Okay. Raise your beautiful black fist. Clyde, are you gonna close us out? Why did you say Clyde was closing us out? Oh, you didn't answer. Clyde may be working. Sorry about that. All right, raise your beautiful black fist. Repeat after me. One God.
One God.
One God. One God.
One aim.
One aim.
One aim. One aim.
One destiny.
One destiny.
One destiny.
Africa for the Africans.
Africa
for the African.
Those at home.
Those at home.
Those at home.
And those abroad.
Those abroad.
Those abroad.
May the Lord watch.
May the Lord
watch
between me and thee.
between me and thee.
While we are absent.
While we're absent.
One from another.
One from another.
Go in peace.
Race first.
Race first.
I'm gonna close
y'all.
I'm gonna play the anthem for those that but we're closing out. Thank you, brothers.
Georgia there? Oh, you gonna play the anthem?
Yes, sir.
She sings it if she's available. All right.
Good thing.
Oh, this is
Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where the gods love to be. As storm cloud at night suddenly gathers, our armies come rushing to thee.
We must in the fight be victorious, when swords are thrust outward to gleam. For us will the victory be glorious, when led by the red, black, and green. Advance, advance to victory, let Africa be free. Advance, advance to meet the foe. Advance, advance to meet the foe. With the might of the red, the black, and the green. With the might of the red, the black, and the green.
Ethiopia, the tyrant's falling, who smote thee upon thy knees, and thy children are lustily calling from over the distant seas. Jehovah, the Great One, has heard us, has noted our sighs and our tears. With the spirit of love, he has stirred us to be one through the coming years.
Advance, advance to victory, let Africa be free.
Advance,
advance to meet the foe.
Advance,
advance to meet the foe. With the might of the red, the black, and the green. With the might of the red, the black, and the green. O Jehovah, thou God of ages, grant unto us sons that thee. The wisdom thou gave to thy sages, when Israel was sore in need. Thy voice auditive has spoken, Ethiopia shall stretch forth the hand. By thee shall our fetters be broken, and heaven bless our dear fatherland. Advance, advance to victory, let Africa be free.
Advance,
advance to meet the foe.
Advance,
advance to meet the foe. With the might of the red, the black, and the green. With the might of the red, the black, and the green.
Wow, that's moving.
Thank you, brothers and sisters.
First family.
Race